Hi, I'm Tubby Raymond, the head football coach of the University of Delaware. I've talked about the wing tee for many years, but I've never talked about the principles behind the offense, the philosophy, reasons for, and why we think it's an effective offense. I read, see, and hear a lot about the wing tee, and I thought that it would be worth our time to take a look at what the Delaware wing tee is and what we think it is. It's not a formation, it's a system or order of moving the ball. The wing tee is unlike much of the modern offense today, is a four-back offense as opposed to the one-back, which you see a great deal. And we're four-back for a reason. We're a flowing offense. And the quarterback being the fifth or the fourth back, the quarterback being the fourth back, either fakes with the flow or away from the flow. With this flow, we're threatening several points of attack at the same time, and we're trying to get a specific job done, that is to move the ball with the personnel that we have. This becomes series or sequence football, and in running our offense, we're trying to create defensive conflicts. That is, if we can get a defensive player to react in a particular way to stop a particular play, then we hope that he'll become vulnerable for a companion play or plays. These defensive conflicts are not only created by the flow of the backs and threatening points of attack, but they're created by blocking schemes, so that if a defensive player reads a particular shoulder, he could get a false read or react to stop a play, and in doing so, he becomes vulnerable for another play inside of him, for example. I'll give you an example of that as I go along. The general concept behind the four-back offense is that we're sharing skill responsibilities, so that one back is a particular good runner, another passes, another does something else. But even more than that, one back is faking, one back is carrying the ball, one back is blocking, and the quarterback, the fourth back, is faking. And through this four-back offense, we're going to maximize the skill that we have. We're going to do the best that we have. And we didn't start out with a lot of spread receivers, but I think this is a good example. If I spread a receiver at this flank, for example, then the minute I do that, I increase his responsibilities, his skill responsibilities. Not only do I put some pressure on him, but the quarterback too has to be able to get the ball to him. Now, I'm not suggesting that we don't want to throw the ball, but I'm telling you that if I spread one there and I spread one there, and I take the next back out of the backfield and only leave one here, then I'm really relying on just the basic athleticism and skill of our football players. Now, we may have great football players. We have had from time to time. But if we work together with this four-back scheme, we've got a better chance of moving the ball and being successful than we would if we went depended solely on the skill of the players involved. Now here's an example of one of the formations that we have used on and off. As a matter of fact, I have a feeling we're coming back to it, but here's a spread of one receiver, but here's the core of the operation in here. And of course, if we use this as an example, one back going up the middle, one back faking this way, the quarterback coming out and going in this manner, and the third back blocking. This, for many years, was our basic formation. We found out that by putting this wing back here, we could have an exceptional flank at both sides by way of using motion. And after running some plays from this, some offense from this, we realized that if we took that end and put him over here, that we could run the same offense that we have. And of course, so we've done a lot of we've run a lot of unbalanced. One year we ended up with two very fine spread receivers, and felt that it was a shame to have them both on the bench at the same time. So we started with two spread ends, and the same as we did with our basic formation, we found that we could bring him over here to this flank and still run our basic offense. And then we got into playing games where this one could step up and this one could step back, and now we were having truly a multiple formation scheme, and I'll get with you shortly on that. Now, the general principles, people have asked me what's the most influential thing that's happened to you in your coaching career, and I think that without a doubt it's the experience that I had at the University of Michigan, where we learned a series of principles that applied to football, and I've always felt that I've had that to lean on, so that when making decisions about which direction our offense is going to go, what we should add, what we should subtract, I leaned on these principles that were, many of them were originated by Fritz Kreisler, who was a coach then at Michigan. And I'd like to share these principles with you because I think they're really important. They give us then the wing tee not only as simply an offense, but an order of football, a system of moving the ball, not a formation or formations, but a system that's governed by some principles. The first principle would be our numbering system. This is the basis of our numbering system. Clean, concise way of communicating with your team what football play you'd like to run and what point of attack, so that to the right was 1, to the left is 9, 2, 3, 4 indicate the flow going towards that flank, 6, 7, 8, 9 indicate the flow going towards this flank, and this is the basis of the numbering system. Then it becomes a three-digit numbering system where the last digit is here, 1 through 9. The middle digit is the action of the backs or pattern, so that, for example, if we had this action, that would be the 20s. We have the teens, which is a sprint out, the 20s, which is the buck sweep picture, the fullback up the middle. We have the 30s, which is a power sweep. We have the 40s, which is the inside ride or the triple option play. 50s and 60s are passes, and 80s would be the belly. And the first digit then is once again is related to this to our general numbering system of points of attack. 1 is this formation here, so that we have a wing back at 1, and this goes all the way through. 9 is the mirror of that, and then any prefix modifies that formation. For example, if I said right 121, then I would be unbalanced, and I'd run 121 from that, and of course the play develops. Any suffix modifies the basic blocking. Like if I wanted an option play, then the suffix on the number of that play would be option. The next principle I'd like to discuss is the aspect of word assignments. We'd like to have each of our players learn a word assignment, a concise word assignment that gives them their assignment on every play. And it reads something like this. For example, that would be gap down backer, and his first attention would be the gap, and then down, and then finally the backer. And with these word assignments, all the gaps are taken so that if everybody blew the gaps at the same time, we'd have them picked up. The other thing about this type of assignments is that we're going to reduce the need for audibles. Now, audibles are important, and every system has them, but audibles are highly subject to error. And if you can reduce the use of audibles, then we think we're going to make fewer mistakes. The openings the openings for our offense are developed in one of two ways. One is we have a block in at the hole, a block out at the hole, and a block through the hole. The other technique would be where an opening is created by flow. But always we'd like to hold people off while the flow goes away from that so that the ball carrier definitely has a way to turn back up inside. Another important principle when you're giving assignments to offensive players is never ask them to do something they can't do. I've often made jokes about every kid has a mother and a father, and he doesn't want to be embarrassed out there. He'd like to be able to perform the block that he's supposed to. He doesn't want anybody making fun of his folks up in the stands. So that, generally speaking, our offensive assignments give someone an angle. And if you get the idea that I'm trying to sell to you a system of moving the ball that's going to help the inferior athlete become effective, that's really what we're trying to do. We're faking, we're hiding the ball to make it possible, and now we're giving angles that everybody can do. We'd like to teach a single shoulder block. There are so many blocks in a system of football that can be very cumbersome and difficult to handle. Our approach is to teach one single shoulder block. You have the old-fashioned strike a blow, forearm, shoulder, complete shoulder and forearm to move people. We're going to teach this block and then apply that block to many, many situations by putting a head on the other side, on the proper side, using the proper shoulder. Oh yes, we use our hands to conform with the new rules, but never to move somebody. We use hands when we're chipping off a lineman into a backer, or downfield where we're stalking a defensive back and almost in a defensive position. Yes, we use our hands, but we teach one single type shoulder block basically and apply it to many situations. We'd like to limit our scheme. I've had people ask me, how on earth can they learn all those plays? Well, really, there are only about 6 basic football plays that we run. We'll talk to you about those, but we try to make it very, very simple by limiting the number of plays that we have, but making the offense complex by using a number of formations. And I alluded to that earlier, and we'll talk about more of that later. But I can run a basic football play, and then by changing the formation, completely change the defense's approach to stopping it while we're running the same play simply by moving a couple people in the formation. The final principle I'd like to present to you is that we want to throw from every action, so that if we run a play successfully, we're going to have a pass off it. And that's the beginning of our passing game, which I will discuss later. But it is extremely important that you recognize that we're going to throw from everything. It puts a lot of pressure on the defense if you're able to do this. Now I'd like to show you a basic football play from the wing tee and use it as showing you the examples of the principles that I've just discussed. Here's a basic formation. Those toes of these people are at 4 yards. This wing back is 2 yards by 2 yards. His outside foot is 2 yards outside of a normally spaced tight end. The tight end is 3 feet from the tackle. The tackle is 2 feet from the guard, and the guard is 2 feet from the center. And that's the basic. That's the starting point. And we can widen or close down based on the influence that we're trying to make on the defense or play we're running. And the wide out is spread from hash mark to hash mark plus 3 yards. That's just a starting point. And we want to make sure that everyone knows what they're supposed to do. Let's take a look at the buck sweep play and let me show you the principles from this play. Now the wingback's assignment is to block the first free man who's inside. And here you can see that he has an angle on that defensive end. He also would like to, in this case, use his right shoulder with his head on the inside to make sure that that end doesn't penetrate. In keeping with what I said earlier, if this end loops out or it isn't possible for the wingback to block that end, he'll go on to block somebody else. So he'll block the first free man to his inside. The tight end blocks gap down backer. And the tackle blocks gap down backer. So they're going down. Here are two people that are in conflict. The end and the tackle. Both of them are outflanked by someone. If they don't react to the block down to that flanking position, then they make themselves vulnerable for a play that would run inside of them. The front guard pulls, gets 2.5 yards depth. He reads the right halfback's block, gets around him, and he blocks out on the first thing that shows. So that, once again, we haven't asked him to do something he can't do. He has an angle on his block out, and he's going to block the first thing to the outside. The center block's on left, creating a conflict with the middle linebacker. The middle linebacker sees the tackle block left. The middle linebacker sees the center block left, and the fullback goes up the middle. He has to be very conscious of the threat here. The backside guard pulls and blocks through the hole and in. The halfback crosses over, receives the ball. The quarterback fakes the bootleg at no deeper than 6 yards. If he goes way deep back in here, he doesn't affect anyone. But if he threatens the flank at 6 yards, then these folks in here have got to contain him. Now, whether we block it and let the quarterback keep the ball and block it, as in the waggle, or just let him bootleg the ball with nobody else coming this way, a naked, there's a problem, there's a threat there. Now the end is going to, as he blocks gap down backer, if that backer steps up in there, he's going to block him. Otherwise, he goes and walls off the backside. The same thing is true with the tackle. If the defensive tackle moves down in such a way, then our tackle will move up, so we're walling off. The backside tackle, the off tackle, our 7-man, runs across and blocks out at the hole in the secondary. Now let's take a look at the running back. He gets the ball. He comes across. He reads that block. Once again, we're trying to sell to our players. There's no way they can stop this play. The word assignments take care of the defense. You don't have to worry about that. There's a block in at the hole, a block out of the hole. There's going to be a place for you to run. So he comes out here, and the first thing he does is to check the right half's block. Where is this wall off taking place? It could be there, it could be back in here somewhere. And he fakes with relative speed going out there, so he has people concerned about him outrunning the whole thing. And when he gets out here, he plants and goes as perpendicular to the line of scrimmage as possible, which is another principle. Anytime that you can get a back crossing the line of scrimmage at a perpendicular, he has a better chance of picking up yardage. Look at the effort that we've made to make 4 yards. That's another principle. If we would like to be as efficient as we possibly can. We don't want to make mistakes. We don't want to turn the ball over. We would like to start the series off with a 5-yard football play. Now that doesn't mean that we don't want to we're not looking for breakaways, but it means that we're expending a great deal of energy creating a hole to try to raise our efficiency. Now if you take a look at this picture, you have 3 people blocking in, 2 people blocking out, a man at the cutoff, and 1 back faking away from it. This is an example, once again, of the original concept of the wing tee of threatening several points of attack at the same time. Now let's take a look at the effect that the fullback has going up the middle on this defense, and take a look at our fullback up the middle, which in this instance would be 124 gut. It could be trapped, it could be blocked on, but for the benefit of this lecture, where we're explaining the relationship, let's take a look at gut. The assignments on gut are exactly the same as 121. It's companion play. The wing back is faking down, gap down backer. They're all going down. It looks exactly the same. The guard pulls 2.5 yards depth and takes off outside. The 5-man blocks on back in that manner. Fullback is going up. Halfback is going across, and that looks exactly like the buck sweep. The quarterback reverse pivot across the midline so that he gives the fullback room and he gives the ball to the fullback. The backside guard pulls and comes on up and blocks the backer, and there the fullback has a shot. If this man reacts outside to protect himself from that from the flanking block by the tackle, or he penetrates to stop the sweep, he makes himself extremely vulnerable for the fullback up the middle. The backside tackle is going to adjust his block now. He's going to get wood on this fella, on the man on his outside shoulder. He's going to block him firmly and then move on up to the backer. And a coaching point for the left guard here, as he pulls, if he sees the nose man take this fake and takes off that way, he'll simply turn up and block the backer, and the fullback will skid off the backside, and once again you have a block here to hold that backside backer off. That, I believe, is an exceptional example of threatening several points of attack at the same time and of defensive conflicts. Now, I should finish this off. The tackle would go on and block the backer. The end would go on up and work upfield to help on a long ball if we were fortunate enough to get one. The backside, the offside end would go run the cutoff, and once again the quarterback would fake the bootleg. Now I've given you two basic Delaware wing tee football plays from a basic formation, one of the original formations, and now I'd like to show you how those 2 football plays can be run very nicely with 2 spread ends. We call this loose right, and whatever the defense is, say we could still have this and this. And could we run 121 against that? Certainly. We'd call it loose right loose right 21. And when we go into loose, it's automatically a double wing unless we ask 1 or 9, which would bring, that would be 1, this would be 9. And the wingback's assignment is what? He blocks the first free man who's inside, the first man he can get a shot at. He'd like to block him at the waist, and don't tell me that little halfback can't block that big end. Maybe in the NFL he can't, but if he gets low enough at the waist, he can't. He can block. He can block below the waist in college football. He has to block at the waist with the federation rules. But there he is. He can make that block. The tackle, gap down backer, the same thing here. The guard pulls and blocks the first free man. The first man to support that flank in that manner. Now we can run that man to the safety, and we can stalk the outside man on the cornerback, and we have the exact same football play. Now we brought the left halfback into the ball game with motion. And I've been at this a while. I may be the George Burns of college football coaches, but there are times when I'm doing things now that I didn't think were acceptable. But now we use our heel to bring the man in motion, and that enables us to have the simplest of snap counts, like set. Now, even our linemen can handle that. So we would bring this man in motion with a heel, and when he gets to the place where the quarterback would like him, the quarterback simply yells set, and that's our snap cadence about 3/4 of the time. We do have audibles, and but once again they're limited. I won't have time to go deeply into them now, but the audibles are used on check cadence. If the quarterback says, "No, we're going to run this on check cadence," all it means is he's going to go out over the ball and say all kinds of things, anything, 21, 24 gut, call a pass pattern, curl, Indian, bear, whatever nickname we might have for a play, and simply followed by set, and it wouldn't count anything. It only means something if in the huddle he says, "We're going to call this on the ball," and then when he comes out over the ball, what he says is we're going to run what he calls, and followed by check, and then we run the play. Now you can see very nicely that I could run the same football play, and as the principal, a few basic football plays with a lot of formations. If I have the 5-man block back and the 6-man turn here, it's exactly the same football play that I ran with that basic formation. Quarterback reverse pivots, gives the ball to the fullback with gut blocking off the backside, and a good example of several plays or a single play. This is a good example of a single play run from several formations. Suppose I put them over here. Can I do that? Sure. That's loose left with a buck sweep out here, loose left gut with a fullback up the middle. Let me give you still another example of what I feel is an exceptional conflict by the offense, is the quick fullback play to the tight end. The tight end blocks gap down backer. The tackle blocks gap down backer. Well, where have you heard that before? It's the same beginning for 21 for our buck sweep out here. He's coming down to exactly as he would on 121. And now we're going to, using this as an example of plays being related even from different series, and that the conflicts are really generated by the blocking and the flow rather than the actual series. If if that tight end substantiated that block and block gap down, he'd like to get his head across if possible. And this wingback influences and goes on to block the backer. And I've often had the wingback say to me, how much influence do I give on him? I said, well, go and hit him. And then go on and block the backer. He says, but if I hit him, I'll knock him right in the hole. I said, no, you want to have been watching you block all day, and I know that you're just going to bump him, and it'll be just perfect for this play. The front side guard pulls, four-man pulls, and he blocks out. Our lineman kicking out always use right shoulder right, left shoulder left, unless they're logging that man, which they would do in some cases. And the tackle was go down, he'd check that backer, then he'd pick up any of the wash, the nose man chasing, and we get reach blocking off the backside. And once again, I told you we're not going to ask somebody to do something they can't do. We're reaching here, but we don't expect them to pin somebody back here. We're just holding it off. The quarterback reverse pivots flat, gives the ball to the fullback, and then fakes the option behind that. Now, don't confuse this with the triple option, because the fullback is going to get the ball. The quarterback is going to give him the ball, and we're faking the option behind that. Now it becomes very apparent that we could run the option from that, which once again is another example of a conflict. If we're going to run the option, we simply call it, and now the guard would use, in this case, his left shoulder rather than his right. And the quarterback would come on out and keep the ball. That could be awfully ugly if you started here and you had a defense that's rotated to this side with only one man left who has the pitch, and your quarterback keeps the ball. Once again, this is an example of the conflict, not using the series, using two separate series, but the conflict that's developed by the blocking up front. Now, you'll forgive these little nicknames I have for the defensive players. It's a little prettier than just having X's over there, but that's we call them that. But once again, using this defense, we want to pass off this. And I've had in the 20 series the quarterback coming out and faking at 6 yards, and he wants to come fast across the face of this thing because that affects the defense a lot more than if he goes with depth. And the halfback going across would complete the illusion of the buck sweep or the 20 series, and the wingback blocking down and the tight end blocking down, and the general picture being exactly the buck sweep. Now we want the quarterback to keep the ball. We call that the waggle. And when we ask for the waggle, the assignments, and we always start at the point of attack in terms of introducing the play. So the tackle, our 7-man over here, he's the one who begins this play. He blocks gap down. So he's going to go right straight down and block that nose man. The front side guard is going to pull with a yard depth, and he comes out into that area and blocks back. Keep in mind that in all of our offense, when a shoulder goes down, if that man doesn't go down with it, we've got a play that'll go back up inside. We're literally trying to teach a defense to go down, to seal down inside, and then we've got plays that go outside. But anyway, here's another example. The center is going to jab up there with his left. His assignment is area down. So he'll go back, or area right, so he'll go back. And the backside guard pulls. The fullback goes right up inside in here. Instead of going on that side of the nose man, now he slides on this side. The backside guard must watch that fullback and go behind him and then be ready to block out. The tackle steps down so that he's pull. check. So he's in that area. So the center is ready to pick him up. He's ready to pick him up. And we have an adequate blocking off the backside. And we'll run we can run a number of patterns from this. Two that are our favorites would be the out pattern. He'd run that at 14 yards. And the fullback would drift in here into the open spot. The other pattern would be the curl. And if we were going to run the curl, then the fullback would hurry across like that. The tight end would soften in here somewhere, reading that backer. The backer runs that way with the guards, and he'd soften up in there. If the backer chased the original fake or came up in here, he'd slide on over a little farther, and after that fake, he'd go on up through the middle, and the quarterback has an excellent football play, excellent pass off that basic buck sweep, which included the threat up the middle, and I gave you the play to the fullback up the middle. Let's take a look at this flank. And once again, in terms of principles, I have somebody blocking in at the hole and blocking out at the hole. So if, for example, that outside backer came across, our backside, our right guard, our foreman would be ready to block him out. Anytime the quarterback runs the waggle to a spread end, he's concerned about the possibility of somebody choking him off. The anecdote for that is to come on out at 6 yards, encourage the backer to go deep, and then step up inside of him and use that backside, use the off guard's block. Continuing with our principles, could I run this from other formations? Certainly. Suppose I showed loose left trips. And here are the two wingbacks that play either in the dive spot or wingbacks. And by stepping them on and stepping them off, I can play games of the defense. Now all these folks are eligible out here, and he's eligible over there. We have trips. Now take a look at the waggle from here. I bring him back in motion, and now I have two people releasing in the pattern, and the wingback who stepped up and really became an end, he runs exactly the same pattern, and the quarterback comes out. Now we can play games with multiple patterns. For example, a good one would be curl and out with the fullback softening in there and the wingback going up through for a deep threat. A principle of the numbering system which enables us to run theoretically a play against anything. If we're running in the middle and going to create an opening in the middle, if we're running in the middle of the line and we're going to create an opening by blocking down and trapping, the age-old principle of the three-man on 3 plays, basic 3 plays, blocks gap lead. The lineman adjacent to him blocks gap post lead, and the third man in blocks area post, so that we have a built-in system of running an internal play against anything. If this is a 3 play, for example, the last digit is a 3, and we have a man in those positions, the 3-man would lead. The inside man would post. We'd have a solid block there and a trap here. If we ran into odd spacing like this, the tackle, having no one to lead on, would go on up and block the backer. The original post becomes the lead, and the man adjacent to him becomes the post if he can. There are times when we have to call that off if the guard is trapping. This we refer to as the inside principle of our assignments, reducing a hole from what we refer to as a normal hole, in this case a three play where the 3-man is blocking down, to a short hole where the 4-man is blocking down. Let's take a look at how that would apply to an even spacing, which you see here, and an odd spacing here, with the fullback going up the middle on a 3-guard trap. The 3-man would lead. The 4-man would post. The 5-man would block left, and the guard would trap. And the 6-man would trap. If we're running, and the fullback is going to run off the tail of the original lead. If a 3-guard trap were called in the huddle and we saw this action, then the guard would lead, the center would post instead of blocking on left, the guard would still trap, and the tackle would move to the backer. This principle really is acceptable at the 2-hole, the 3-hole, and the 4-hole. Another method of creating a hole is by way of flow, with the ball carrier using that flow to set up the opening and then turning into the open spot. Let's take a look at the cross block run at 3. The 3-man blocks down, the guard traps. The 5-man blocks back, and the 6-man steps through the hole. The halfback, whether he's in a dive spot or a wing back, goes through to block the backer. The fullback is going to take a lateral step and then turn on up inside, going over the inside leg of the tackle is his landmark. The quarterback reverse pivots, gets the ball early to him so he has the ball 2.5 yards before he gets to the line. Now the fullback is going to read this man. If that defensive tackle works his way out, then our fullback will wind right back up inside using the 5-man's block and the 6-man's block on the middle backer. If this defensive tackle penetrates and our tackle blocks down on him, kicks out by the guard, by the 4-man exactly the same, then our fullback will in fact use that hole as an opening. And this is an example of a hole being created by flow, but somewhere along the line it's stopped off the backside so that the ball carrier could actually cut back if there was a hole there. This is also a good example of the ball carrier making an attempt to cross the line at a perpendicular, because when that fullback in this case crosses a line in that direction or that direction, he's got some real north and south to his path, then he has a better chance of making yardage than he does if he skids along like this where someone hits him. He has a chance of going backward or not making any yardage at all. Here is red 27 guard trap against even spacing. The 7-man is the lead, and the right guard blocks out over the 7-hole. This is loose right tray 24 gut. This is an example of the guard pulling away and influencing the defensive tackle over our right guard while the left guard steps around the center's tail. Here's another example of 7-guard trap. This time it's against odd spacing, and there's no one for the tackle to lead, the left tackle, who goes on to block the backer. This is 189 keep pass up, which is an example of a fake to the fullback with the belly play, the quarterback keeping the ball, taking a look at the wide out, running a fake out and then up or fly for a touchdown. Here's another example of an action pass that is thrown off trap option action. It's loose, 21 trap option pass for a touchdown. Here's an example, another example of an action pass. This time it's the 80 keep pass. We're faking the fullback on. We're faking to the fullback with 82 down, and the quarterback keeps the ball and throws to the wideout, who's completely open. Here's an example of the 34 counter tackle trap against even spacing. The right guard is influencing by faking pass protection and then is suddenly trapped by the left tackle. Here's an example of a tight end waggle. It's red 29 waggle. The ball is thrown to the tight end up the seam. Notice the good play of the guards. Here's an example of loose 69. The left spread end is running a read pattern. He has a three-way read. He can run in, out, or deep. Here he chooses deep. I enjoyed reminiscing about the principles of the Delaware wing tee, really because it brought me back to Michigan, where I first saw or listened to Fritz Kreiser show you that organization could really play a part in winning football games. Hi, I'm Tubby Raymond, the head football coach at the University of Delaware. I'd like to have Ted Kempski, our offensive coordinator, show you how we use our running game with the wing tee principles.
I'm Ted Kempski, the offensive coordinator here at the University of Delaware, and I've had the good fortune of working with Coach Raymond, moving on to 30 years at this time, and he and I are very close in our thinking, and as you listen to these lectures, you'll hear many of the things that he has said repeated by me, but my function during this presentation is to talk more in terms of detail, first of all in the basic running game, and then I will make a presentation with our option attack. And the offense is really divided into four phases, what we refer to as the basic running attack, which I'm going to address now, the passing game, the option game, and short yardage and goal line. I will begin with the basic running attack. We have two series which we use. The first one we generically refer to as the buck sweep series, where the fullback is faking up the middle and a halfback is blocking at the point of attack. The other halfback is either running or faking, and the quarterback is handing off and faking in the opposite direction. And we obviously have a pass off of this, which Coach Raymond will get into when he addresses the passing attack. So I will begin with the buck sweep, which in our numbering system is 121. The assignments are down blocking, which we refer to as gap down backer. And as I very quickly mentioned these assignments, every play in our offense, when we give these assignments to our players, every play makes one of our players accountable for each gap that is created by the formation. And beginning with the buck sweep, the wingback, his assignment is to block the first man to his inside, and so he is responsible for the gap between himself and the tight end. And he will simply step down with his inside foot for the hip of the tight end, and his number one responsibility is to stop penetration and block the first thing that shows to the inside. Simultaneously, the tight end and the tackle are doing the same thing. So they're going down as well. And as I referred to gap protection, the wingback has this gap, the tight end this gap, and the tackle this gap. So we have the three primary gaps accounted for. Now, going back to the wingback, on this sweep, his problem is that he has to recognize that the tight end is going down, and there is quite a bit of real estate for this linebacker to move into our backfield. That's why his footwork and his angle are so important. So he plans on making contact right about this spot as the outside linebacker comes in to take care of his responsibility. The tight end is blocking down, and the tackle is coming inside, and if there is a linebacker stunt, he would block it. If there are no stunts, then he will continue on and he would help the center block the nose man, or if the nose man would slant away, he would then move on up to the next level and block pursuit. The front side guard, his responsibility is to pull, and he becomes the kick-out blocker. And he pulls with depth. He wants to get to a depth of 2.5 yards when he is at about the outside hip of the tackle. And as soon as he reaches that depth, he looks for the right halfback's block. As the right half is blocking, he wants to get off his tail as tightly as possible to get into an inside-out position to kick out the support. The center's assignment is reach away, and in this defense, his reach assignment takes precedence, and he, along with the help of the tackle, secure that gap. The backside guard pulls flat to stay away from the quarterback, and then he gets a little bit of depth so that he can turn up through the point of attack, and he's looking to turn up through the first daylight or the first hole that he sees in the defense. And against this particular defense, he's looking to get around the block of the wingback, and he's looking to pick up the play side linebacker as he comes across to fill the hole. Now, if that linebacker is moving faster than the guard can get an outside in position on him, in other words, if that linebacker would get up into this spot, we give our guard the freedom to kick him out. So that could either be a wall-off block or a second kick-out block. Once again, depending on how this linebacker is playing. And finally, the tackle, the offside tackle, will pull through his inside gap, and then he will flatten out, and he goes to the cutoff, and he's looking to block the free safety as he fills. The spread end also goes into the cutoff, and he's looking to block in this area. Now in the backfield, the quarterback reverse pivots, which means he turns his back to the point of attack and then moves toward the fullback. The fullback in turn is going to fake up the middle, and in this defense he will run through the backside guard center gap, and then he will either fake or block anyone who is stunning through that area. So now, once again, as I said, every play we run has every gap accounted for. I already mentioned over here the wingback, tight end, tackle, secure these gaps. The center has this gap, the fullback this gap, and the tackle takes care of this gap by releasing through his inside. Okay, now the ball carrier is the left half, and he crosses over and runs straight through the fullback, and the quarterback then moves toward him, so the handoff occurs in this area, and after the quarterback hands off, he makes his waggle fake. Now as the halfback has the ball, he is running straight across, and at the same time he's looking in to the wingback's block, and the wingback's block is going to tell him where his cut is going to occur. And we want him to come across and develop the play. We want to put pressure on the support giving the corner the impression that we're just going to take off and outrun him around the outside, which makes it easier for the guard to kick him out. And if the play develops the way it's supposed to, then the wingback will establish this block. We get the kick out here, and the left guard going through the hole, and here we make as close to possible a 90-degree cut. And once we get through that area, we encourage the running back to look for a cutback off of the backside tackles block, and then finally another block downfield from the spread end. And our long balls are developed by the halfback going through the hole and then exercising the cutback. Okay, now going back with the same blocking scheme, we get our down block by the tight end. The tackle comes in and helps the center. And we want the wingback to block the first man to the inside. And as I originally drew the play, it happened to be that outside linebacker. But if that linebacker moves, we never ask this wingback to block a man that he doesn't have an angle on. So as he takes his step down for the tight end, if this linebacker steps out, which we see a fair amount of the time, he no longer will block him. We would want him then to continue on his path and go inside and wall off. Now the guard, he gets his 2.5 yards of depth, and he's looking, and he has to see this, and then he turns up a little tighter, and he kicks out that outside linebacker, and we have, in a sense, created or changed a sweep play to an off-tackle play, so that if the wingback understands his responsibility, this outside linebacker cannot be right. There are other times where they will widen the defensive tackle and the linebacker before the snap, and this makes the wingback's choice easier. The tight end still has to protect his gap, so he makes that block, and now the wingback recognizes that he does not have an angle on the backer, on the outside backer, so the first free man to his inside now becomes the inside backer, and he knows beforehand that he's going to go in and wall off. And then the guard in turn, once again, kicks out this outside linebacker, and the point of attack occurs right through there. I began by diagramming the play versus what people commonly call a 50 defense or an Oklahoma defense, and that's where we begin. There's two other spacings that we concern ourselves with. The first one is a 4-3 defense, where they have 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers. Our assignments are the same, and they hold up against each of the 3 fronts that we're concerned with, this being the second one. Now here, once again, the wingback, tight end, and tackle all blocked down. Before I go any further, the tight end has to concern himself with this outside backer. If this outside backer is lined up in here tight, he would be the man the tight end would be blocking as part of his down block. But if he's back off the ball where he's going to scrape outside, then the tight end should recognize he can't block him, and then he would go on in and wall off on the middle linebacker. As the defensive end comes down in here to protect his area, the wingback has to be flat enough to make that block and stop penetration. Now in this defense, if the defense is playing this way where the end is closing, then the linebacker has to scrape to come out here and take care of that area. And as the right guard pulls, he gets his depth, he locates the block of the wingback once again, and then he's up and kicks out that linebacker. Now here the center, I mentioned before, his assignment is reach away. Here he would block away from the point of attack, and the fullback would fake through the middle, so that now the fullback would be protecting this gap and the center would be protecting that gap. So they are exchanging gap responsibilities versus an even defense as opposed to an odd defense. Now at any time we could change this, assign the center to reach to this gap and put the fullback in that gap. So we could block it either way. The rest of it is all the same. The backside guard will pull, turn up through the first hole, the tackle goes to the cutoff, and the running back once again goes straight across. Quarterback fakes, and once again the left halfback, who is the ball carrier, is looking for the block of the wingback or the right halfback. And here the cut would occur right up in that area, and we always have the spread end going to the cutoff. The final spacing that we concern ourselves with is a form of an 8-man front. They will take the defensive end and place him on the inside shoulder of the tight end instead of the outside shoulder, and they'll take the linebacker who was inside in the 4-3 defense and they'll move him outside. With this defense, there's a little bit of reacting that the wingback must do, because he's not sure who the tight end is going to block. When we initiate this, once again, the tackle blocks down, the tight end is going to go down, and he is going to try to get inside of that defensive end. If he can get inside the defensive end, then the wingback, as he's going off the hip of the tight end, he would block the defensive end. If the defensive end comes in here tough and will not let the tight end inside, then the tight end would block him. The wingback would see that. He may help finish the defensive end off, but then he would move on up and wall off. So there's two situations here. One is where the tight end would get inside with the perforated line, and he would block the linebacker, and if that occurred, then the wingback, once again with the perforated line, he would block the defensive end. So our tight end and wingback are responsible for blocking the defensive end and the inside linebacker, and who they block depends on how the defense plays. But in either event, we're secure, and once again, the front side guard pulls, kicks out. The first thing outside the wing, and the point of attack would occur right here. So to the tight end and wing, that's they're the three fronts that we concern ourselves with, and this is the way we attempt to create the opening, and it's been a very fine football play and one of the staples in our offense year after year. Now we also can run this to the spread end side, and it's particularly effective if the defense is playing some form of two-deep coverage. Okay, now here to the open end side, the spread end will try to drive the corner off, and then he will come on in and crack on the free safety who is filling. And the rest of it, we try to make it as similar to the tight end wing sweep as we possibly can. So what we want to do with the right half, who was up here in the wing position, we want him to run for that wing position, which is about 1.5 yards outside of the tackle. And once again, he has to recognize the tackle is blocking down, and he's responsible for this area inside of him. And in a sense, he has to protect this right triangle. So as he takes off for his landmark, which is out here, if this end starts closing, then he would come off his landmark a little quicker. So wherever that end decides to go, anywhere out to here, then the halfback is going to block him. And the guard, he's pulling for his spot, which is 2 yards deep, and he is going off the tail of the halfback. And then once again, he's going to get up as tight to the line of scrimmage as he can, and he's going to kick out. Now, if this linebacker came up any tighter than that, then the guard would log him. And then we block the rest of it the same as the even defense. And so we once again establish a wall here for the running back to go through. Now the tight end goes to the cutoff, and here we want the halfback to leave early and get back to his halfback position, and then go through the fullback once again, and the quarterback will come back, give him the ball, and the halfback is looking for that running lane and the cutback. Now if this outside linebacker is playing real tight so that the front guard has to log him where he came up in here, then the right guard would log him. The backside guard wouldn't have any holes, so he would come on out here, and the halfback coming across would see he has no place to cut, and then he would move on out here. And either way, going inside of that linebacker and cutting back, or bouncing outside of that linebacker, there's a soft spot one place or the other depending on how the linebacker is playing. So that's our basic sweep play. Now we're faking the fullback up the middle, and we're faking the quarterback away on that sweep, and then they become very important as we develop the entire series. The first thing we do is, if the defense starts over pursuing from the inside, we give the ball to the fullback. We have 3 different ways of doing this. Our favorite scheme is what we call the gut scheme. And in our numbering system, we would call this play 124 gut, and it would look like this. Once again, beginning with an odd defense. We would like to make this play look as much like the sweep as possible. So we will begin with the wingback faking his sweep block, the tight end faking his sweep block, and then we would send those 2 downfield as cutoff blockers. The tackle will step inside just like he's blocking down on the sweep, but now he will come up and block the first linebacker from the center to his side. The center has an on-left assignment when we're faking the sweep to the right, so he will block the nose man, and he can block the nose man in either direction, and the fullback will adjust. The front side guard is going to pull just like he does on the sweep, and fake the sweep. The backside guard is going to pull, and he wants to go around the center's block to pick up the backside backer. And the tackle will start out like he's going to the cutoff as he did on the sweep, only now he is looking to block the backside linebacker. If the backside linebacker is coming up straight, the tackle will block him. If he's pursuing, the guard will block him, and the spread end once again would go to the cutoff. Now here the fullback will go right up the midline, right through the ball, and the quarterback will pivot over to give him room, and the halfback will begin his sweep path. The quarterback will hand the ball off to the fullback and then continue on faking the handoff of the sweep and then faking the waggle. So the backfield action is exactly the same as it was with the sweep, and the fullback now gets the ball and he reads the block on this nose. If the center gains control, then the fullback would come through here and adjust off the right tackle's block on this linebacker, going here or here. And it's been a very effective football play for us. It relates completely with the sweep, and it's once again a very big part of our total attack. Okay, now if we get an even defense, and once again, the wingback, the tight end, and the tackle all begin their movement the same as they do on the sweep. So they all give the impression that they're blocking down, and in this case, the tackle will actually make contact and then move up to the middle backer. The tight end will go to the cutoff, and the wingback will go to the cutoff. The guard will pull and fake the sweep, and here the center will block left, and the backside guard will pull around his tail up onto the middle linebacker, and the tackle will hit the end to prevent him from closing too fast, and then move up to prevent that linebacker from falling in. The quarterback pivots. The fullback goes for the left foot of the center, so he gets a little bit off the midline, and the halfback runs his sweep path. The quarterback hands off and then fakes the sweep, then the waggle, and the fullback wants to get as close to the center's block as possible. And if the center establishes this block, then he will go right up here and then look for the block on the backer. If the block from the tackle is strong, then he would cut through here. If the backer showed some movement, he would go there. And as he's coming up through the hole, if the tackle being blocked by the center starts looping in, then he would actually cut it off the back side. So he actually has three possibilities as to where he's going to break through the middle of that defense. So that's the way we block the what we call 24 gut versus an odd and an even. The only other concern we have is if they play what we call an eagle defense, where they cover the center and both guards. In this situation, it all begins with the fake of the sweep. So we will still pull the front side guard and have our down blockers all show sweep. We'll make some quick contact, then go to the cutoff there since there's no backer. Go to the cutoff here inside of that linebacker and go downfield to the cutoff there. The center will block on just like he does on all odd defenses, and when both the center and the backside guard are covered and we're running the gut play, we no longer will pull the backside guard. We'll have him block on with his head to the inside, and we'll have the tackle do the same thing that he did against an even defense with this gut play. Now here the fullback once again will go right up the middle. We get the sweep fake and the waggle fake. The handoff occurs here, and the fullback runs a dive, and he just cuts off the nose man. If the nose man goes this way, the fullback goes that way. If the nose man goes this way, the fullback goes that way. And there are the three spacings that we concern ourselves with, and with 24 gut. We can also run this same backfield action and give the fullback the ball up the middle with a trap. And we call this 124 guard trap, beginning with the odd defense. When we're trapping, when possible, we would like to get a double team as part of the trap package. So in this instance, the center will be the post blocker, and the right guard will be the lead blocker, so we'll get a good double team on that nose man. The right tackle's assignment is to block the first linebacker from the center, and we try to get him with a pull step inside to get away from this tackle. The tight end will influence the tackle like he does on sweep, then go to the cutoff. The wingback will fake sweep, go to the cutoff, and now the left guard becomes the trapper. And once again, the tackle will move inside, and he will be looking for the backside backer. And if the backside backer is running, then our tackle would try to knock him all the way across the hole. So it depends on how this linebacker is playing, what type of block the left tackle would use. Then the backfield action remains the same, where the fullback goes right up the middle, gets the handoff, the halfback fakes sweep, the quarterback fakes the handoff of the sweep, and then the waggle, and then the fullback cuts off of that trap block. And that's a very good complement to the gut play. If we get an even defense, then the tackle will fake his sweep block, and then he'll go to the middle linebacker. The center will block left to establish the hole. The right guard will influence, pull away, and once again the tight end will go inside the outside linebacker to the cutoff. The wingback will fake sweep and go to the cutoff. The left guard will again be the trapper, trapping the first man past the center, and the backside tackle will do the same thing that he did on the gut play. The fullback once again will favor the left foot of the center. The halfback will fake sweep. The quarterback hands off, fake sweep, then waggle. And here the fullback will go right tight to the center's block and then react to the block on the middle linebacker so that he could go either straight ahead or make a cut there. Now, if they stack this defense, then the right guard would no longer pull. If they stacked with an even defense, the right guard would come inside and he would go to the backside backer. The right tackle would still block the front side backer, and then the fullback would try to split it up the middle. If they show us the eagle defense, then we lose our double team. And once again, the eagle defense, in our terminology, is when both guards and the center are covered. And in this situation, we get the fake of the sweep here, inside release to fake the sweep, and go to the cutoff. And now, because all three men inside are covered, we can't double team, so the center will block back or block left. The center will block the nose by himself, and the left guard once again will pull and trap, and the left tackle moves up to the linebacker, and the rest of the backfield action remains the same, and the fullback reads the block of the guard on the nose man. So if the nose man overreacts, we could break backside. Normally, we break front side. So that's our guard trap, and that's really the two key, actually three basic running plays in our buck sweep series. The other series that we run is a belly series. It complements the buck sweep series because, once again, the linemen, particularly to the tight end side, have gap down backer assignments. So the blocking schemes are very similar. We'll start with the fullback down play to the tight end and wing, and we call this 182 down, the 80 series being our belly series. And once again, beginning with an odd defense, the wingback will influence the man he blocks on the sweep, and then he will go inside and wall off. The tight end blocks gap down backer exactly as he does on the sweep, and the tackle blocks gap down backer exactly as he does on the sweep, and the center reaches. Now the front side guard, instead of pulling deep and kicking out the support like he does on the sweep, here he pulls flat and he kicks out the man that the wingback normally is blocking on the sweep. And as this is all occurring, the backside linemen all reach through their play side gap. So once again, every gap is accounted for as we run this play. The spread end is always going to the cutoff. Here in the belly series, the fullback will aim for the inside foot of the tight end. So he starts out pretty wide, pretty flat, and the quarterback reverse pivots as far over as he can, and then he moves toward the fullback. And as they meet, they get a mesh, and the quarterback hands the ball off to the fullback. At the same time, the left halfback leaves one step early, and he sprints to the flank as a pitch man. And the quarterback, after handing off, fakes an option. And then the fullback gets the ball, and the key block is the tight end. So he's looking to get as tight off the tight end's block as possible, and then he goes through the hole. Now, in faking this option, we have an option play that we run, in which case everyone does essentially the same thing with one exception. So here we get the influence by the wingback and the wall off on the inside linebacker. The tight end blocks down, the tackle blocks down, the center reaches, the backside reaches, and the fullback takes off on the same path, and the quarterback reverse pivots, and he gets to that mesh, and we have our left half leaving early, coming out as a pitch man, and now we're going to set it up so that the quarterback can execute an option off of that cornerback. Now the fullback and the guard have to react to how this linebacker's playing. If the linebacker is coming in here to meet the kick out that he got up here, then the guard, instead of kicking him out, will log him. And the fullback will see that log block bounce out, and then he'll pick up the free safety, and the quarterback, after faking, keeps the ball, and we have a 2-on-1 situation versus that corner. And it's a very good option play, very complementary to the 82 down. If you get an even defense, it can be played one of two ways: a conventional 4-3, or they can show an 8-man front. I will begin with a conventional 4-3 look, and the assignments remain the same. The wingback will influence his sweep block, then block the first linebacker to the inside. The tight end will go down, and he'll block the first thing to the inside, and the tackle blocks down. Once again, this is 182 down, so the guard will pull and kick out, and the rest of the linemen will reach. The fullback starts out on the same path, gets the mesh. Left halfback fakes the pitch, the quarterback fakes the option, and now the fullback has the ball, and he goes in. If the linebacker is there, he cuts off the wingback's block. But what normally happens is this linebacker will come out and meet the wingback, and the fullback is free to cut it up here. So number one, if the wingback's block occurs, the fullback cuts out there. If the linebacker runs away, then the fullback cuts it a little tighter and ends up there. If we're running the down option, the same thing holds up. Here the tight end goes in to the middle backer, the tackle blocks down, the wingback has the first linebacker to his inside, and once again the guard pulls. As this guy closes to protect the off tackle or to stop this down play, the guard logs him, and once again the fullback runs his path, fakes up through the hole. If there is a hole, if there's no hole, he bounces outside. The quarterback makes his fake, and the left half runs his option path. And once again, we option that cornerback, and we get a 2-on-1 setup. The third look that we can see is part of the 8-man front package, where the defensive end plays on the inside shoulder of the tight end, and the linebacker moves out, and everything else remains the same. Now here, just like with the buck sweep, the tight end, in executing his down assignment, will try to get inside. The wingback will fake his sweep block, and he'll block inside. The tackle will block down, and if the tight end gets inside, then he's also walling off. And if the wingback sees that the tight end is inside, then he could drift off and go deeper to the safety. And in this situation, in blocking the down, if the tight end gets inside, then the guard will kick out the defensive end. Everyone else is reaching, and the fullback starts out, same path. He gets the ball, and then he cuts it up a little bit tighter, and we get the same fake from the quarterback and the left halfback. Now, if the defensive end will not let the tight end inside, then we have to make some adjustments. We begin with the tackle blocking down. The tight end is trying to get inside the defensive end, but the defensive end won't let him inside. So the tight end ends up blocking him. The wingback goes inside and walls off. And as the guard goes to pull and kick out, he has to recognize that the tight end is being absorbed by the defensive end and the block is real tight, and then he will continue on his path and kick out the outside linebacker. We're still reaching here. And then the fullback on the same path gets the ball from the quarterback at that mesh point, and he sees that the defensive end has closed the hole that he was running through, so he goes just a little wider, and he goes outside the tight end's down block and inside the right guard's kick-out block, and then we get the same option fake out of the quarterback and the left halfback. So that's the down against an 8-man front look. Now, if we're running the down option, the same thing would happen. If the tight end got inside, then the guard would come around here and wall off, and if we run the down option, we have to adjust the wingback's path because there is now an extra man outside. So instead of going in as a wall-off blocker, when he sees the extra man out here against an 8-man front, then he would release and block, and then the linebacker becomes the pitch key. So that's our belly to the tight end in the wing. Going to the split end side, we run a play that we call the belly cross block. In our terminology, it would be 983 cross block. And starting with the odd defense, the play is going to be run off right tackle, and the point of attack also not only tells us where the hole is going to be, but who the primary blocker is. So in this case, the right tackle is the primary or key blocker, and his assignment is gap down on, and what that means is gap down on, so there's nobody gap, nobody down, so here he blocks on, gets his head inside. The right guard's assignment is to pull and kick out the first man outside the tackle's block. The halfback steps up and out as if he were attacking the flank on either the sweep or a loaded option, and then he reads the block of the tackle and he goes through the hole to block the linebacker. The center has an on left assignment, so he in this case blocks the nose man, and on the back side, if the guard is uncovered, he will block away or left, and the left tackle will gut around his tail and block the backside linebacker. The tight end will go to the cutoff, as will the split end, and then we put the wing back in motion right off the tail of the fullback, and he attacks the flank to the outside. Now here we tighten the fullback's path, and we also slow it down. So instead of going out wide and fast like he did to the tight end, here he's going to take a lead, then a crossover, and on his third step he's going to be aiming for the inside foot of the tackle, and the quarterback is going to reverse pivot just over the midline, and he's going to come back much deeper and hand the ball off to the fullback as deep as he possibly can. Because we want the fullback to not only be able to run off tackle, but we want him to have the freedom to be able to wind back on the other side of the center. So against an odd defense, when the fullback gets the ball, he's keying the nose man. Now before I go any further, to finish off the quarterback, he hands off, and with that deep handoff, we will fake a play-action belly pass. Now the fullback is actually reading the nose man, so that if the center establishes his block on the nose, the fullback would then come up through and he would hit it over the guard area. And many times when this guard pulls the kick out, that linebacker will take off, making the right halfback's job much easier as he goes in to block that backer. If the nose man is moving so that he's over in this area and the center is moving with him but cannot establish the block, then that is where we want the fullback to come back and execute his wind back, and that is where the backside tackle becomes important, because he's going to be blocking this backer as he guts up through the hole. And with all this flow going this way, many times that linebacker will be pursuing, the tackle will block him across, and the fullback makes big yardage behind the backside linebacker. So that's the basic cross block against an odd defense. If we get an even defense, then we truly get a cross block between the guard and the tackle. Okay, here, once again, the tackle being the primary blocker, he has gap down on, so now he has the down portion of his assignment that takes precedence, so that he does block down. The guard pulls and kicks out the first man outside the tackle's block, and the halfback does the same thing. He steps up, and then he goes through the hole between the cross block and blocks the middle linebacker or the first linebacker to the inside. Now, the center is uncovered, so he blocks away or blocks left, and now the guard guts around his tail, and he's on the middle linebacker also, and the backside tackle now moves up to the second level and walls off the third linebacker. The tight end once again goes to the cutoff. We attack the flank with the left half, and once again the spread end goes to the cutoff. Now here the fullback runs that same path for the inside foot of the tackle, and the quarterback comes back here and hands the ball off as deep as he possibly can. And now, since there's no nose man, he keys the first lineman to the attack side, which is the defensive tackle. And so if the block is established, the fullback goes through the cross block, and he's in the secondary through that hole. If the defensive tackle, because the guard is pulling, if he's looping across the head of the offensive tackle, then the fullback should see that, and then he's going to wind back, and then he's going to come up here and either hit it off the block on the backer, or if the backer is moving, he could hit it all the way back here. So the fullback has 3 running lanes from which he can choose. And this is, once again, a very important play in the overall attack. Okay, now we have one final outside play out of the belly, and that is the option off of that cross block. And we try to make it look as much like the cross block as possible, so that beginning with the tackle, He'll block gap down with the loaded option. The guard will pull. Now, instead of kicking out, as he does on the cross block, he will log the man he was kicking out. And the halfback, when he takes this step up and out, instead of going back inside, he will continue for a spot 2 yards outside the tackle, and he will block the first thing from that spot back to the inside. So in this case, he would load that outside linebacker. The spread in will push the corner off and then come in on the free safety. The rest of the linemen will reach. The tight end will go to the cutoff. The left half will go back in motion to his halfback spot, and he becomes the pitch man. The fullback runs his cross block path. The quarterback reverse pivots, makes that ride, and then he comes right off the tail of the fullback and attacks the line of scrimmage. And we have this corner isolated all the way out here, and it's really set up more as a quarterback running play than an actual option play, but it is a good complement to the cross block. Now we have two counter plays off the belly, one being a trap and one using finesse blocking. I'll start with the trap, which is a tackle trap, and we call it 134 counter, but it's very similar to the belly. The first counter to the belly is a tackle trap blocking scheme, which we call 936 counter, and it looks very similar to the belly, to the split end side. So I'll begin once again with the odd defense, and we're going to be running a trap, and it's going up the middle, and in this case the primary blocker will be the left guard, so we will get a double team from the left guard, a post block from the center, and our right guard will step up and execute what we call an area block. And that means he's going to protect his area and not let any penetration come in on the back side of that lead post. The left tackle will block the first linebacker from the center, and once again he will try to escape the defensive tackle, and the tight end will go to the cutoff, and the right tackle will pull, and he becomes the trapper, trapping the first man past the center that is on the line of scrimmage. Now in the backfield, we want this to appear to be a belly to the split end side like 83 cross block. So we'll run that same motion and attack the flank. The quarterback will reverse pivot just over just to the midline and get his depth. At the same time, the fullback is taking off, and he's going right off the tail of the trapper, and he goes faster than the cross block, but at the same time it is very similar when you look at the total picture. Now instead of coming out here or going through on the linebacker, the right halfback will step around behind the fullback. The quarterback will reverse pivot with depth, and then he'll get his depth, and as the halfback goes for the tail of the center, he'll execute an inside handoff and fake a play action pass, and the running back, the right halfback, will try to get as tight to the lead post as possible, then adjust off of the block of the tackle on the linebacker. And that is a very solid, powerful football play with misdirection from the belly series. If we get an even defense, we just move the whole one man to the right, so that now, instead of the center being the post blocker and the guard being the lead blocker, since there's no one for the center to post, it moves over one man. This is what we call a short hole. The guard becomes the post blocker and the center becomes the lead blocker. Now, if there's one backer in the middle, left guard will influence showing pass protection, and the left tackle once again will block the first linebacker from the center. The tight end will go to the cutoff, and the right tackle will pull, and he'll trap the first man past the center on the line of scrimmage. And then we show motion, so that we want this to look like the belly to the right. The fullback goes to the right, and he blocks the first thing off the tail of the trapper, and the halfback steps around a little bit shorter. Quarterback comes on over, hands off to the right half, fakes a pass, and then the running back gets up tight to the double team and then goes to the adjusts off the block of the left tackle and the backer. Now, if they're in a stacked defense where there are two linebackers in the middle, then we cannot influence with the left guard. Now the left guard will escape inside, and he'll go to the far backer. The left tackle, he'll block the first backer from the center to his side, and once again, the running back will try to go up between the two blocks on the linebacker against the stack. The second counter we have is a play we call the Sally, and we run it from every formation, but we begin by running it with a fake of the belly to a flank where we are running the belly. So an example of this would be 181 Sally at 7, where we're faking the belly to the right or to the tight end side, and we're going to give the ball to the right halfback and end up running somewhere over the left guard, left tackle area. The spread end will go to the cutoff. As far as the blocking is concerned, to the side that we're faking, we will block gap on backer. So the tight end, tackle, and guard to that side will all block the man that's on them or the linebacker. The fullback will fake his cross block path so that the quarterback can get good depth and make a fake. In the meantime, the left half will take off and attack the outside, just like he does on all bellies away from him. And here, the wingback will step up with his outside foot, step back with his inside foot, and then he'll come across and he'll time it so that he can go between the fullback and the quarterback. And at this point, the quarterback will execute an inside handoff, and the running back will head toward the hole. Now the center, backside guard, and backside tackle will set up in pass protection technique. Against an odd defense, the center will block the nose man wherever he goes, and preferably push him in that direction. We would like to get past the center. Now the guard and the tackle key the defensive tackle, so that if the defensive tackle is coming upfield, the tackle rather, will block him, and as he gets upfield, he will push him off and then release to the outside backer. And in this case, the guard, as soon as he sees the tackle moving outside, he will go to that backer, and we get a very good running lane right through there, which is where we would like to be. If the defensive tackle takes an inside rush, then the guard would block him, and the tackle then would release behind him to the linebacker, and then the running lane would occur a little bit tighter. If the center works his way toward the point of attack, if the nose man works his way toward the point of attack, then the center would be forced to block him that way, and then the running back would have to turn up in there. And that's all right, but it's a better football play if we can get the running back over here. So this is our basic running attack, and as I mentioned, it is made up of a buck sweep series and a belly series. And we attack in each series outside, up the middle, and we have misdirection. Each of these plays, based on our assignments, one of our players is assigned to every gap, so that if our players accept their gap responsibility by following their assignment and execute the proper footwork and technique, we should be able to block virtually any defense that we see, and we also should be able to handle any stunt that the defense may throw at us. So it's a very sound offense and is set up in such a way that we do not need many audibles, and we should be able to handle virtually anything that the defense comes up with. And it's been very good to us, and we hope that it continues to be successful.
I hope you've enjoyed Ted Kempski's discussion of our running game. It was the beginning of the wing T offense. We like to run the ball effectively, efficiently, and drive the ball on the ground. That gives us an opportunity to throw and to do a lot of things that we would not be able to do if we weren't efficient running the ball. Hi, I'm Tubby Raymond, the head football coach at the University of Delaware. We've done what I thought was impossible. I didn't think we'd ever be able to run the triple option with the wing T, but we have, and it's been effective. I'd like to have Ted Kempski, our offensive coordinator, show you how we have accomplished this.
I am Ted Kempski, the offensive coordinator at the University of Delaware, and during this presentation I would like to discuss our option attack. It's a very integral part of our offense over the last 7 or 8 years, and we're pleased with what we've developed, and hopefully I can give you the total picture as to how we developed this. To begin with, we can run the option from one of 3 series. The belly series, in which case the fullback runs what we call the belly path. We bring the wingback in motion to his halfback position as a pitch man, and the quarterback reverse pivots, fakes the ball to the fullback, and comes on out and executes his option. We can use the buck sweep series, where the fullback is faking up the middle, and once again the left halfback is going in motion to his halfback position as a pitch man, and the quarterback reverse pivots as the fullback fakes up the middle, and then the quarterback comes down the line and once again executes his option. Where finally we can dive the fullback, which I'm going to discuss in more detail, and execute a triple option or a double option depending on the blocking scheme that we decide to use. We begin the development of our option by running it to a spread end side. And going to the play side, we count from the outside in. So we go 1, 2, 3. And our spread end and the halfback to that side are responsible for blocking 1 and 2, and the quarterback will option number 3. So that with our basic blocking, the spread end's assignment is to crack 2, stalk 1. So if we have a normal 3-deep defense, the spread end will have number 2 in a crack position, and he will go inside and execute a crack block. The wingback's assignment is to flare, check 2, stalk 1. Now, if number 1 starts coming up aggressively, our wingback will execute a normal run block. But if he's playing soft, we would like him to keep his feet and stalk block. Now, with this dive option, which we call our 40 series, it's really a veer option. This would be, in our terminology, blue 41 option. We will begin with traditional triple option blocking. So we will get a double team on the nose. The right tackle will go into the backer. The rest of the linemen reach. The end goes to the cutoff. And our fullback dives for the outside hip of the guard. The halfback, as on all options, will go to his leave and get to his halfback position, and then he will flare as the pitch man. The quarterback will step back at 45 degrees, put the ball in the fullback's pocket, and he will read the first thing outside the tackle's gap. If that read closes down hard, the quarterback will keep the ball. If that read opens up, the quarterback will give the ball to the fullback, and he will have a hole to run through. But if he closes, the quarterback will pull the ball, and he will attack number 3. And number 3 becomes the option key. And the quarterback will then either pitch it to the left halfback or keep it if number 3 is playing soft. So that's our basic blocking with our option, and then we adjust from there. The first thing we do is, if we start getting difficulty with the quarterback reading the tackle, or we have difficulty with the tackle getting to blocking the backer before he scrapes, we will adjust the tackle's assignment to what we call loop blocking. And in that case, if we add the term loop, then the tackle will release outside the handoff key. And once again, if that outside release softens up the handoff key, the fullback will get the ball. If the tackle closes in spite of that, then the quarterback would pull the ball and come out and execute his option on 3. Okay, the first thing that can happen at the point of attack where the blocking occurs is that where number 2 gets himself into a position where the spread end cannot crack him. So that if right before the snap, number 2 runs up and beats the crack, we would expect that the halfback would pick that up. That's why we give the halfback the assignment of check 2, stalk 1. When the spread end sees that, if he sees it early, he would then trade assignments with the halfback and peel back outside to block number 1. If he's committed too far inside, then he would continue inside and block the next thing that shows, and 1 would be free, but he would be coming late. Okay, the next thing that happens is that there is no one in the crack position. And now, as I show this, I will show an even defense to give you an example of how we would block against the even. The first thing that happens is, internally, we no longer have a nose man to double team, so now we will block the man on the guard, execute what we call a bump lead assignment, where we will begin a double team, and once we have solidified that, have the tackle move up to the linebacker. Once again, the first man outside the tackle's gap is the handoff key, and then go through the rest of our assignment. Now, the blocking, when there's no one in the crack position, the spread ends assignment will be to push crack. So he will push off the cornerback, try to soften him up as much as possible, and then as the free safety starts filling, in the end what actually happens is he remains number 1. This guy, the free safety, comes up into fill and gets into the crack position, becoming number 2, and then we get a delayed crack. The halfback is continuing on out. He ends up blocking 1, and once again, we option number 3 with the same backfield technique and the same read technique. And that is our basic package from a standard formation. Now, with a 3-deep defense, the free safety is sometimes difficult to handle. And we have a number of play-action passes that we use to try to slow him down, but we also make some other adjustments. But if we're in a regular 3-deep defense where we have 1 and 2 blocked, and we're optioning number 3, if we can't slow this safety up with our passing game, then we need additional techniques to handle that. The first thing that we do is, if he's coming up that hard, generally speaking, number 1 will play a little bit softer, and we will change the blocking to a scheme we call push point, where instead of cracking on the strong safety, if we add the word push point, we will take the spread receiver and go behind the strong safety and crack the free safety. And when we do that, the wingback has his assignment changed to block 2. So with a push point adjustment, we're assuming that 1 will be a little bit softer, and we will take care of the aggressive free safety with the spread end, and we will block 2 with the halfback. The next thing that we do is we will change our formation, and we will go to 2 spread receivers. And in going to 2 spread receivers, we will put both receivers on the line of scrimmage to the wide side of the field. And for terminology purposes, we call the outside receiver the spread end. We call the inside receiver the X end. And then we go through our normal blocking assignments, have the same read key, and the quarterback either gives or keeps. And then once again, we have our option key. We still have 1, 2, and 3, 3 being the option key. Our assignments remain the same. The spread end will crack 2, and the right halfback will flare, check 2, and stalk 1. The X end will release off the ball, set up number 2 to make the crack easier, and then slip by him, and then he is assigned to the free safety, and now we have everything taken care of to the point of attack. And the quarterback, once again, can either keep it or pitch it, and we soften the flank up through the use of this formation. And it's been very good to us. We can adjust this blocking to give the defense a different look by using the term X load. And what X load means is that the man that we normally are optioning, we will block. In fact, load, that is our term, that is our definition for load. So if we add the term X load, X will, instead of going upfield and then blocking the free safety, X will come down the line and crack number 3. When the right halfback hears the term X load, he changes his assignment to set up 3, then release, and block the free safety as X is blocking 3, and the spread end changes his assignment to crack 2 to stalk 1. So now the spread end will release and stalk 1, and now the pitch key becomes the strong safety. So with the normal option, we're blocking the free safety, strong safety, and corner, and the quarterback is optioning number 3. With the loaded option, we're blocking 3, the free safety, and 1, and the quarterback goes out and options 2. So it gives us 2 completely different looks in which we can attack that flank. The next thing we had to get into our package was a weak side option as defenses started adjusting to handle the strength of this formation. Because that formation is so potent, we get some strong adjustments. And if they move their secondary back into 2 deep, and then they also adjust their linebackers, then they have negated the strength of that formation and have forced us into doing something different. And what we do is that any time we see that the defense has only 1 man outside the tackle to the weak side, we then change the play and run over there to the weak side. So that in this situation, against the even defense, we get the block by the guard, the bump lead by the tackle, and he generally picks up the backside backer. The first man outside the tackle's gap is the handoff key, and then the wing back to the weak side, his assignment is to block the first thing to the inside when there's only 1 man outside the tackle. So he comes in here and he gets that block on the first backer to the inside, and the corner becomes the option key. And then from here we just execute the same technique, only going the other side. So the fullback goes through his path, the quarterback makes his read. If the end is playing soft, which is the read key, the fullback gets the ball and there's a big hole. If the end seals, takes the fullback away, then the quarterback keeps it while the right halfback now is going in motion as the pitch man. And that is a very potent play as well. So if the defense doesn't adjust, we have a potent play over here. If the defense does adjust, we have a very potent play back to the weak side. There are occasions where when we go in motion, these linebackers will start sliding back to try to balance up and take away this strong advantage that we have developed. And so we then adjust the alignment of our 2 halfbacks by tightening them up so we're right off the hip of the 2 tackles. And in this situation, we now are in a position where we can show false motion. And instead of bringing the right half in motion to come out here as the pitch, we can bring the left half back to his spot here on the snap of the ball, then release him back to that linebacker and let the right halfback take off on the snap to become the pitch man. And once again now the defense has no key as to the direction we are going, and once again, we have this cornerback in a very vulnerable position. Okay, then we have a misdirection play off of this, which we call a Sally play. And we will run the Sally from both the 40 series, which is the veer series, or we also run it from the belly series, which is the 80 series. But in this situation where we're running the veer option, we will run the Sally from the veer look. We will bring the left halfback in motion and send him out as a pitch man, just like we do on the option. We will dive the fullback, just like we do on the option, and the quarterback will execute the veer fake, but he'll pull the ball and get a little bit of depth. Our two ends will go downfield and block. To the side we are faking, we will block gap on backer, and as the fullback is faking through the hole, we would put the fullback on the middle backer if he comes that way. Then from the center on back, we will have them get into a pass blocking stance. Against an even defense, the tackle will block the end as he comes upfield and then release to the outside backer. In the center and the left guard will read the defensive tackle. And usually the defensive tackle is an A-gap player, so as he comes in here to play that A-gap, the center will block him and he'll slide a little bit. He'll encourage the tackle to come through his right shoulder to get into the action and then turn and block him right there. The guard will release delayed to the middle backer. The wing back will step up, then back, and get an inside handoff as the quarterback fakes, and there's a big hole there. And that has been, once again, a very successful part of this series for us. That we will fake the weak side option and then run the Sally back the other way. And here we will bring the right half in motion to the weak side as a pitch man, fake the fullback to the weak side, and the quarterback will execute his veer fake and get some depth. And here now to the side we're faking once again. The guard and tackle will block gap on backer, and the fullback will block any linebacker coming through that area. On the backside, once again, the center, guard, and tackle will get into pass blocking positions, and the tackle will block the end, push him upfield, then slide to the backer. The guard and center will read the defensive tackle, and if the tackle is an A-gap player, then the center will encourage him and then turn. Then the guard will release to the linebacker, and the two ends will release downfield and block the first man to their inside. Then the wingback will step up and back, come between the fullback and the quarterback, and then he'll run to daylight, wherever that may be. So we can run that Sally play either to the strong side or the weak side, and they've both have been successful for us. To complement this running game, and keep the secondary off balance, we need some play action passing. So the first thing that we do is adjust our formations. And the first formation I showed you was 2 wide outs or 2 spread ends to the wide side of the field normally, and 2 wing backs. And in this formation, that makes the X end, or the inside end, ineligible. So the first thing that we will do is put the right halfback up on the line of scrimmage and take the spread end or the outside end and drop him off, so that now we have 2 eligible receivers out here in what people commonly refer to as a twins formation, and a halfback on the weak side who can come back in motion. We still can give the ball to this right halfback on a sally play over here to the weak side, and he can be a blocker in our option package, but he becomes ineligible as a receiver. The next thing that we do is we'll keep the right halfback in his wing position and take the weak side halfback and put him up on the line of scrimmage, and that takes away his ability to come in motion, but he is still an eligible receiver. And now we have 3 receivers to the strong side who are eligible, and that is commonly referred to as a trips formation. Now, each of these formations has its own set of strengths, and it also has some weaknesses. So what we will do is we will come out on the line quite often with all 4 of them on the line of scrimmage. And then the defense doesn't know who's eligible or who's going to be eligible, who can go in motion, who can't go in motion, until the last possible second. So that if we want to run a pass over in this area, the best formation for us would be to take the outside receiver and step him back, and take the off halfback or the weak side halfback and step him back, so that now we have these 2 eligible receivers over here plus an extra blocker, and we still have a pitch man for the option. So we can run the option, but we also can throw the ball out here. Now from this formation, our most effective pass is what we call a look-in pass, in which case we bring the wing in motion from the weak side, faking the option, dive the fullback on his path, and the quarterback steps back and rides, and then comes down the line as if he were executing an option. We on-block the front side, and we reach the back side, and the ineligible right halfback will block the linebacker if he's on the line of scrimmage, otherwise he'll block down. And here we take the spread end and we release him upfield, and then somewhere between 12 and 14 yards he hooks in or out, and the spread end releases based on where the strong safety is lined up. If the strong safety has outside leverage, he will attack him and then slip right inside of him, and the quarterback will throw him the ball. If the strong side safety has inside leverage, then he once again will attack him and then break right outside and catch the ball in basically the same position. And he wants to be wide enough and shallow enough that he gets the ball before the free safety can get over there. And that's a very effective pass for us. The other thing that we will do to adjust this pattern or to adjust this play is to change the pattern so that when we're running the look in, if this corner starts jumping on the spread end when he hooks up, we will take him downfield 12 yards and break him on a post, and we will send the X end inside like he's running the look in, and then run him on a flag so that we will try to freeze this guy, occupy him here, and then come down the line a little further and then throw the ball over the top to that X end who is running a flag pattern. And that does two things. The look in plus this pattern does two things for us. It, number one, is very efficient and gives us big plays, but number two, it makes it very difficult for the secondary and the free safety in particular to disrupt our option attack. Then we can go to our trips formation, in which gives us a very good passing attack, both play action and drop back, and it also gives us the weak side option. And from here we can fake the weak side option. We'll block on with the guard and tackle, dive the fullback through his path, make the fake, bring the halfback in motion, and as he comes out here in motion, if there's anybody on the left halfback near the line of scrimmage, he will turn up and block. Otherwise, if no one is there, he can flare, and the left halfback will run a fly pattern to run that corner out of there. We'll reach block with the backside lineman, and we'll take the X end and run him right behind the free safety and run the spread end on a post pattern just outside the X end. And what happens here is when this wing goes in motion, these linebackers start sliding, but more importantly, this free safety comes up trying to stop the option because we have them in a vulnerable position there at the weak side. And as he makes that move to come on up, the quarterback comes down the line, takes a couple steps back, and he has a perfect shot to that X end for a touchdown. And even if the free safety is slow enough and sees this and reacts, we still have the spread end in behind that on a post pattern, which is very difficult for the secondary to get inside of him and cover him. So the throwback pass along with the look-in pass to the strong side are very important to us in our use of the option from this unbalanced two wide out formation. And that concludes the presentation of our option. Like I said initially, this blocking scheme and passing scheme can be executed with the veer option, which I spent time on, but it can be used equally well with the belly option or the buck sweep 20 trap option, which both of those are double options as opposed to the triple option that the veer option gives to us. But all in all, this option attack has become very important to the wing T. It complements the basic wing T running attack extremely well because in order to stop the option, the defensive line has to play in a way that is antagonistic to the way they have to play if they're going to stop the conventional wing T blocking schemes. So we have a good marriage here between wing T misdirection and then wide open option football.
At one time we were hesitant about bringing the triple option into our offense, thinking it was too much for our players to handle, but it proved it wasn't, and added a great deal to what we're doing. It gave us a quick, effective play to a flank, particularly to the spread end, and it's made a very fine addition to our offense. Hi, I'm Tubby Raymond, the head football coach at the University of Delaware. I'd like to talk to you about the passing game in our wing T. There was a time when they used to accuse us of tying the quarterback's elbows to his body so he couldn't throw at all, and we get through a ball game and throw maybe 2 or 3 times, and that's the reason for my smiling. But a couple of things have happened, obviously, a number of things. Number one is the sophistication of the defenses. You can't have an offense that just pushed into one tiny patch. You've got to spread out. If you have some ability, some people that can run, you want to be able to do that. Another thing that's happened is the availability of passing. There was a time when we wouldn't run into a football team that could beat us passing. Perhaps 1 or 2 times every 3 years. Now, virtually everybody we play can beat your passing. We have to match that with our passing game. And we have developed some formations where we do spread people, get them out, and have been very, very pleased with our passing game in recent years. Passing is a predictive skill. If the passer waits until the opening is there, it's too late. He has to anticipate. He has to predict the opening as he throws the ball. Then he has to throw the appropriate ball. And like the pitcher who sometimes throws low and away or high and tight or out of the strike zone, the passer must duplicate those feats. Sometimes he has to throw the ball low and away to a receiver that's outside. He wants to throw the ball in such a way that it could not be intercepted. Sometimes he has to drill the ball, get on top of it, throw it hard to get it to his receiver. There are other times when he needs the appropriate ball of feathering it or lofting it over a defender and getting it to the receiver. This obviously takes a lot of practice. I think that the quarterback's arm in some way should be treated like a pitcher in baseball. He just is not going to be able to throw every day for long periods of time without his arm getting tired. But at the same time, throwing every day over periods of time strengthens his arm. So we, every day that we're throwing the ball, I check the quarterback's arm to see that we're not throwing too much. We don't throw too much on Friday, or very little on Friday before the ball game. We do throw heavily on Wednesday, may cut down some on Thursday, but we'd like to keep that quarterback's passing arm with a little zip. I don't have an awful lot to say about the quarterback throwing the ball itself. I would suggest that the quarterback get a grip that feels very comfortable to him with respect to the seams, and I'm going to let him develop that himself by taking the grip, breaking it, taking the grip, so he gets the ball the way he has a feeling, I just can't wait to throw that ball. And I'd let him develop this. The other thing I think is important is that when he throws naturally, I'd like him to pick the angle that he throws at. It is impossible to force that throwing angle on the quarterback. You don't want him up here on like this or in some other way that is uncomfortable to him. Let him find that angle. Another thing I think is important with the quarterback is when he's warming up, that he should never just take the ball and throw it. He ought to have some idea where it's going. So he's going to, as he starts to loosen up, he throws the ball for the receiver's right shoulder, his left shoulder, right over his head, in his chest, so that with a consistent release and this consistent grip, that he gets the feeling that he could put that ball exactly where he wants to all the time. Now, that's a skill that comes with time, but if you don't begin with that, you'll never get it. The only other comment that I'd like to make about throwing the ball is that ideally, if everything is perfect, he has the weight on his back foot and he starts to stride, that striding foot should be just a little bit pigeon so it keeps his shoulders in fully cocked so he has that body to throw if he wants to. Now, I understand he may have to throw the ball like this sometimes. He may have to throw the ball off balance sometimes. That's fine. I understand that. That's not a problem. But we ought to have an ideal situation where he learns to throw for control and he thinks about control before he goes into a live situation. Let me talk to you about pass protection. I won't go into detail the skill of the lineman as in the technique that they use for pass protection, but from an assignment standpoint, because we throw from virtually all of our running actions, and we have 3-step and 5-step drop back, because we have what appears to be an awful lot of offense, we're going to once again try to make it simple by giving them a basic pass protection that can fit in a number of situations. Let's take a look at this. The three-man's assignment is to block gap on outside in a pass protection mode so that he would step to the inside and he would be in position to block that first man. The guard's assignment is to block gap on inside. And now the fullback is ready to block on this side. This gives us 1, 2, 3 blockers to the attack side. And if the 5-man and the backside will all step in cup like this, it gives us 3 men to the backside. Now this setup will take care of most of the problems with 6-man rushing, and people really take a gamble if they let the 7th man go. So this is the idea of our basic blocking. If we had this and this, then our 5-man would be ready to turn out on that man. The left guard would be ready to turn out on him, and anything coming off the backside, your tackle would have it. If this were even spacing, the front side would be blocked the same way, and the back side would be blocked where the 5-man would be turning out, the 7-man would be turning out, and the man covered would drop back and take the pressure off the backside. Once again, 1, 2, 3 people blocking off the backside, and 1, 2, 3 people blocking off the front side. Once again, I'm not going to get into the technique of their using their hands and giving ground. We can discuss that at a later time. But I think that it is important that if we're throwing a pass with the last digit 1, where we're going in this direction, that these linemen and that fullback should know where that ball is being thrown from. And we will throw it 3 steps on the inside hip of the guard. We'll throw it 5 steps on the inside hip of the guard. Or in some action passes, we'll throw it from out here. Let's get to that in a moment. Let's just bypass for a moment the action passes and take a look at the introduction to a drop-back passing game at Delaware. Let's look at this formation. It's called blue. The blue is a nickname so we don't have to get into the numbers because it is double wing. Blue meaning blue left over here, tight end wing, and that's spread on this side. And we're going to throw 51, which is a 3-step drop back to this side, to the spread end. The quarterback will take right foot, right foot. He plants the right foot. He has the passing grip almost immediately. That ball hits his hand. He turns it just enough to get the passing grip. He takes right foot, right foot. He has the ball up by his shoulder, ready to throw the ball so that it's show pass. We're not trying to hide anything. We're not trying to fool anybody. It is going to be pass now, and get it up there and let it go. Repeating the protection, and now the lineman, knowing that 50s is 3-step, at the attack side where he's throwing the ball, they'll cut a little bit. They're going to get down and take after it so this defensive end can't put his hand up in the air and knock the ball down. And here's your procedure off the backside where the 3 people are blocking off the backside. And now let's take a look at the wide out. With 3 steps, we'd like that basic pattern, that general pattern, to be 6 yards. And as an example, every time you go to throw the ball, you have to be ready to throw it against man, against 2 deep, against 1, 3, 100 secondary is with 3 deep, 300 is with 3 deep, or quarter coverage where the cornerback drops out. So there are really 3 ways. You have man, you have 200, and you have some form of 3 deep. And our receiver is going to release at an angle for the outside shoulder of that defender. And if he sees that he has any room to the outside, he's going to loop out at 6 yards. The inside receiver is going to turn and start to run right upfield and look over his inside shoulder right now. So that if the quarterback comes out and he finds some exaggerated position, say with the linebacker out wide, that he could, on one step, just pop the ball in there. Otherwise, this wingback will run for a depth of 12 yards and set up in there, if the ball is not thrown, set up in there about 12 yards and drift in and find the open spot. The fullback is going to move to the side of the call, and he will read the hawk, or the outside backer, Willie if you prefer to call him. We'll call him Willie for you. And if Willie comes driving in here like this, our fullback will flare. If Willie runs out of there, our fullback will run at him and curl back up right into his original position. The backside, the tight end releases at 4 yards of width, 12 yards of depth, and will set up this way. The left halfback fakes as though he's blocking, then skids in here like this, so that the middle backer runs with this action. You could dump the ball to him. The quarterback comes out. This is his initial read, and all he's looking for, first he checks out the pre-snap read, seeing that this is possible to get this thing off, that there isn't anybody directly in the line of that would be directly in the line of the pass, or that this man has not climbed all over him in some way. And that's his first read, number one. Now this dumping the ball in here to the right halfback could occur right away, and then he would take a look at him if he can't throw the ball out there. And if he doesn't like that, he can come back, and this man should be finding an opening spot just about the right time. Now let's get ready to adjust for patterns, for defenses. Let's say that we've got a 2-deep secondary like this, and this man is squatting in that short zone on the outside. The receiver has the flexibility of looping to the inside, so that as the quarterback comes out with his 3-step drop, he sees 200. He'll anticipate the inside release like this. And finally, he would release on the outside if he could drive this man off. If there's a back covering this area who will give ground, he'll loop outside. If he squats, he loops inside. The third possibility is where they come on up. They come on up and they're going to jump on him and cover a man. Our man action is this. The receiver always starts out away from where he'd like to go, so that this man will run to the inside and then bust out at 3, 4, or 5 yards and run away from that defender. The wingback will start this way and run to the inside. These people will run outside and then run away from them. And the quarterback has the opportunity then of dumping the ball to the fullback or picking somebody out in here. So you could call audibles and say, hey, they're in man, let me do this. So you could check it off. Or they're in 3 deep as opposed to 2, and I'd like to run this, this, or this. But there's a moment of truth in the passing game that audibles won't take care of. That's just as the ball is snapped, just as it's happening. And the quarterback and the receivers have to be ready to adjust to that eventuality at any time with any 3 of those possible secondaries. Now I have a couple of favorites, so that I've just described 51 to you, blue 51. And I have a couple of favorites, and to get these, I would simply call blue 51 in or blue 51 post would be the other two patterns that I like to run. If we get 100 secondary that would look like that, I really like the post. And it would be a 6-yard release, again, releasing to the outside shoulder of that cornerback, and then at 6 yards he just breaks off in there at the post. And the exact angle would depend on where this free safety is and how much he could get. And with the post, the companion pattern is for this wingback to run in the flat. The backside remains the same. The protection is the same. Would flare if that hawk were to drive. The other pattern that I like from this is the in pattern. If you consistently see 200, our in pattern would look like driving right straight up field, forcing the free safety who has deep half to get out of there, and at 6 yards he just runs in like this. The quarterback then, with 3 steps, would find that opening, that window in there. Now if Willie was in the way, he might have to wait a little bit, but you can see he's going to have an opportunity, a window to throw through with the strong safety running out of there. Another thing that happens in a lot of the 200 defenses, 2-deep defenses, is that when both these defenders are watching the inside release, and when they see a jet type release, he tends to get out of there and would give you this in. We find that a lot of defenses are very much concerned about our motion, so that when this halfback, for example, begins in motion, things start to happen over here. For example, with motion, the strong safety may start to roar up in there to stop the option game or the sweep at that side, and the defense tends to revolve towards it. We can use this action in our passing game, so we have added motion to our 3-step drop back. And if I were to drop the end off and step the wing back up, then both of these people are eligible while this one isn't. Now, by running what we call M motion, we can bring him back in motion and then block off the backside or skid back out in here in the drag spot and throw our regular 51 from here, or in this case, 51 post would fit nicely with the defense revolving to 100, and we get a 3-step or 6-yard post pattern while the other spread receiver runs in the flat and opens up that post. I spoke to you earlier about the need for an adequate adjustment for man, 2 deep or 3 deep, with every pass. And I think that this might be a good place to introduce the possibility of using a formation to help you with pressure. Here we have loose right tray, where the right halfback, the right wingback, has stepped up on the line of scrimmage, and the outside receiver, our spread receiver, has dropped off, making both the spread receiver and our X end eligible, while the right halfback is ineligible, And of course, we still have the left halfback over here eligible. By using the concept of M, the left halfback can come back in motion, making it look like he's going to go across, then turning back so that as this pressure comes off the backside, and it could include something with the middle linebacker, we get an extra blocker off the backside, and with pressure off the front, we get an extra blocker with the right halfback blocking, and then we can execute either a 3-step drop or 5-step drop, with the fullback going as an additional blocker to the side and giving you the opportunity to run patterns with the 2 receivers to the wide side of the field. This happens to be curling out. We could run hook and hook. We could run curl and fly. And actually, you could even post that, even though there could be a free safety in the middle. When you have the amount of offense that we have, even though we're running only 7 or 8 plays, and we're making it complex by using a lot of formations, we don't want to overburden or produce the straw that broke the proverbial camel's back by giving our football team more than they can handle. That's why we'd like to have this 3-step, and it's not, as I've described, and it's not that sophisticated, it's not that complicated. Consequently, let's continuing with that thought, we'd like to have the 5-step drop as well. With a 3-step drop, our linemen know that that ball is going to be delivered at 3 steps at that spot. With a 5-step, they know it's going to be delivered there. And this helps them as they set up to get themselves between their quarterback and the bad guy, so that we think that this is important. And our 61 pattern, or the basic 61 pass, would look like this. We like to use this loose formation in the middle of the field and let this represent the hash mark, and this the hash mark. We also have another landmark, which would be the numbers. And we don't want this man outside the numbers. We like to have him work on the inside of the numbers. And we're going to throw 61, so we're going to our right, and we have the same assignment, gap on outside for the 3-man, exactly as he had on 50s. Here is gap on inside, and these 3 men are still going to drop back. We have 1, 2, 3 blocking to the weak side, and 1, 2, 3 blocking to the strong side. And it's exactly the same kind of protection that we used on 3-step drop, only now these people are ready to give ground more and not be so aggressive because they know it's going to take longer. So he would come back here. If no pattern is called with 61, we get a release by the wideout, and he reads the man on him. With 61, he's going to release to the outside, and he's going to read the defender. At 12 yards, he's going to make up his mind. What am I going to do? He has a 3-way read. If he has room, he can break on the outside. If the defender hangs on the outside, he can break to the inside. Or if he sees somebody squatting and not very aggressive about getting out of there, he can break it to the inside. He's your primary receiver on this pass. The inside receiver runs with a little bit of width. He does not want to get involved in that hash mark at all. This being the hash mark, he wants to stay away from that. He has, at 12 yards, he has a 2-way read. He can stop, he can come back inside, or he can take off. The backside pattern, once again, is the same, which is the wideout runs a slant, he reads the safety, and then either works his way back to the flag or straight ahead, or in some rare cases, continue on. The left halfback would come on out there at 10 yards and set up and work his way back. And now the fullback steps this way, and the fullback is the only one who's made a change or has to change in this pass protection other than the technique itself. He looks first for the middle backer stunning through there and gets ready to block him. Or if that backer did not stunt, then he would look for the backer out here who would drive that way, and then he would be in position to block him. Obviously, this introduces any number of patterns. Some that we like would be the in. Would be run the in at 14 yards and run him straight through. Another would be to run a curl at 14 yards, which is our curl is run by running that wideout out to 14 yards, planting his foot, and turn back inside. The minute he sees a window on the curl, he's going to stop and start to go back for the ball. If he had to go farther over here like that to find that window, then that's what he would do. Anytime a curl is run, then the wingback runs outside of him and runs one of two patterns, a curl and out or a curl and fly. The backside of those individual cuts remain the same. Every drop-back passing game should have a screen. We have several of them, but our current favorite seems to be the quick screen. Take a look at loose 61 quick screen. One, of course, gives you the action to the right, and we have a loose formation, two wideouts, two wingbacks, and we're ready to screen. The focus of the screen is going to be on the three-man or the right tackle, who steps to block pass protection along with the four-man, and we get our drop back pass technique protection by 5, 6, and 7. In about a count and a half, maybe 2 counts, or maybe it's feel. But as our three-man gives ground and goes to block him, he will release behind him, let the end come around him to the outside. Then the three-man will release downfield and block out at the line of scrimmage. The wingback will block the first thing that he can get a hold of, and the wideout would block a man inside of him or directly in front of him. And as the quarterback comes out, he's going to read this. And if he sees this is happening successfully, then he'll just throw the ball quick screen to the fullback, who has the same type of blocking downfield that he would for a running play. With 2.5 counts, a little bit longer, the four-man releases and gets that kind of angle on the middle linebacker. The six-man, after dropping back, would go out and get an outside angle on the backer outside, and the center, or five-man, would release up and get an angle on the middle linebacker, so he's bracketed. We get a release by the wideout turning in. We get a fake release here by the left halfback, and then he slides into the middle. Now, if the quarterback comes out and he sees that this is not taking place, or he feels that his three-man can't get out to execute that block. He'll give a couple of steps, let this thing develop so that the left halfback gets in on his side of the line of scrimmage. We get the rush by these people and dump the ball over for a middle screen here. So we've developed really a double screen, which we would use, which we would read and throw to the appropriate receiver. Now we have a pass of virtually every running play. Our assignments for the option on a spread side is to have that man, our wideout, crack the second defender if he's crackable. The wingback checks two, comes on outside, and stalks one. This sets up an exceptional passing opportunity. Using the trap option as the action from which this pass is going to be thrown, the running play has this action with the guard pulling and the fullback up the middle. So we want to make it look like that. The quarterback reverse pivots on the midline one step. The second step would be made, and as he makes this second step, he has the ball in the passing grip, and he looks over his shoulder and turns to take a look at this. We've been running this option, maybe not altogether trap option, but we're going to run the option to the spread receiver side. This guy gets a little jumpy. Now, I'm not suggesting that on our receiver runs down there, he yells crack at him, but I've often kidded our defensive backs, our defensive coaches, by saying all I have to do to really shake you up is to yell crack. And of course, this man is very much aware of this crack opportunity, and the receiver then slides behind him and turns up or flattens out based on the action by that free safety. This thing opens up just about the time that the quarterback turns around. He has the ball in the passing grip, and he throws the ball. The left halfback continues for the pitch relationship. We get blocking back in here, and now when we're going to pass the ball, we'll bring the fullback up on the backside to fill that in, and we'll step and cup, and of course we've done that at other times. The tight end could release and drift across, drag after he sees that there's no one coming from behind. We have a belly play that goes towards both flanks. That is the play that's designed as a running play for the fullback. He has two of them. He has one at 3 that would go at that angle. He has one at 2 that would go at that angle. 7 would be over here, where the quarterback reverse pivots and rides the ball to him. So with this, we want to have a pass off this action. Let's assume that we want to throw the ball with action towards the tight end. We call that 181 keep pass. The wingback's assignment is to run out in the flat. He wants to get out there as quickly as he can. If he feels that he's being covered from underneath, he goes deeper. If he feels he's being covered from above like this, he gets on out there and he gets the width. Sometimes the width is more difficult to handle than the depth. And if he's close to the sideline, then he will loop in and work his way upfield. The tight end will work his way across the face of that linebacker and turn up and look into this area between those two defenders. As he starts to, he's going to read them. And he will, in this case, would turn over his outside shoulder and just flatten out behind this cornerback. the linemen on the front side want to block exactly as they would in a running play, and will do that. So that the tackle is blocking down, the guard is pulling around and blocking the tackle. The fullback will run just outside of the tackle, and the halfback will run outside, get an outside in angle on that linebacker. So once again, you find that all the gaps are being taken care of, and the quarterback rides the ball to the fullback with his hands and not his feet, and gets out in here at a depth of around 6 yards and gets ready to drill that ball down the seam. Excellent protection. And on the backside, guess what? We're going to do the same thing that he did on the drop back passing, and we're also setting up the sally, which we can bring back in here and would be discussed in our running game attack. This also provides an opportunity to throw the ball back. We could call 81 keep pass, throwback, and hit the spread end going down that seam if we get a violent reaction by these people. Now, with the keep pass, we could run individual cuts the same way. Let's for example, we want to run 81 keep pass. I just diagrammed 81 keep pass, which is the standard 80 keep pass with the tight end when run to the tight end is in the seam. Now we want to run to the spread end and run an individual pattern. Once we decide that we're going to throw an individual pattern, we're no longer going to ask that guard to pull and make it look like it's a cross block or the fullback play in there. And now we're going to block just exactly as they did on 61 or 51. We're going to step off the backside like this, and where these back three people are pivoting, if we run it away from the tight end, we'll let him drop back and turn out also. The fullback then rides the ball and turns up inside so that he's taking that seam. Halfback comes around and blocks any pressure there. And as an example, if we ran just 81 keep pass, we would get a 15-yard out, 14-yard out, and a halfback in the flat. And if we did that, we would cross and pull a guard. But in this instance, let's take a look at curl, which is a 14-yard like that, or wherever that window is, with the wingback running in the flat. And if we ask for this individual cut, now the quarterback will ride and come back deep in here, and the linemen know that he's no longer threatening the flank. He's going to throw from here. If he called just 81 keep pass, then they'd anticipate that the ball would be thrown from out here, and he'd be threatening the flank. Now I'd like to talk to you about the waggle. The waggle is run off of our buck sweep series. That is the fullback up the middle, guards pulling. And there are really two waggles. One waggle is to the tight end, one is to the spread end. Let's take a look at the waggle to the tight end. If the waggle is being run to the tight end releases inside and runs for the flag. As soon as he gets underway and he gets some depth, he can look over his shoulder. The ball could be drilled into that seam. We've called it 129 waggle, so we fake 129. There goes the fullback up the middle, a halfback across, and the wingback faking as though he's going to block for the sweep. There's the wideout faking as though he's going to block for the sweep. The quarterback comes out, keeps the ball tight to his belly, does not hand fake to the fullback, just keeps it real tight, but he gets the passing grip. Comes out here on the third step, he fakes to the halfback and comes around and places the ball on his hip, but he has that passing grip. If he's going the other way, by getting the passing grip and placing it there, he knows how he can get back to the passing grip quickly. But on a 9 waggle, he can simply make the fake, put it on put it on his hip, and start out. The tackle's assignment is gap down on. No one from the block down on, so he would block on. The guard would pull, get about a yard depth, and turn in here. Here's an exceptional example of a conflict. This backer is playing on this tight end. The tight end goes down. If he doesn't go down with him, we're going to kick him out with a down play or some other play inside of him. So if he overreacts down, he makes himself vulnerable for the guard's block to the outside, setting up the flank. And this provides the quarterback with an opportunity to get outside of it. So when the quarterback runs the waggle to a tight end, he knows that that's a run-pass option. He can keep the ball because he's going to have the backside guard coming with him. And the backside guard's responsibility on the waggle is to kick out, so that this actually, by coming out here and threatening this flank, he actually puts a great deal of pressure on that defense to respond to him going around the corner or throwing the ball. The quarterback and the offside receivers are very much concerned about what the free safety is doing. If he flows in this direction to help out in that seam, then this wingback, after faking the block at the flank, turns right upfield. His wideout watches him in addition to the free safety, and if he gets a deep release by the left halfback, then he'll release deep also. If we had this free safety being very well disciplined and staying in the middle, then the wingback would run across in front of him, and the wideout would go across behind him. Now the quarterback comes out, and he's faced with a dilemma. It depends on the situation. If it's 1st and 10, he's apt to read deep and then come on up this way. In other words, take a deep read at your tight end, a deep read in here with the free safety. But if it's 3rd down and 5, or where keeping the ball could give him a 1st down, then he'll read from the inside out, looking for the fullback sliding in the flat or looking for the possibility of keeping the ball. Naturally, this particular waggle is enhanced by the wingback, by the left halfback being a wingback rather than a dive back, but coming out of the backfield can be kind of scary too for the defense. It gives him a chance to be hidden a little bit. That is the tight end waggle. Now this can be applied to a number of situations, like, for example, let's take a look at right formation, an unbalanced line to the right. The tight end now knows that he's ineligible, and he can add to the illusion by blocking down just like he did before, with the front side guard blocking for him. And the halfback can go in motion, and we can run a tight end waggle with the advantages of running a waggle to a spread end. Now, somewhat unlike the tight end waggle, where the quarterback feels that the play could equally be a running play as well as a pass play, when running the waggle to the spread end, chances are, in most cases, that it is a pass, because the spread end and the possibility of this backer choking off the run quickly really limits the possibility of the spread end waggle of being a running play. Here we have a typical 4-3 defense with a 200 secondary, and we're running the waggle to the spread end side. The tackle's assignment is gap down before going on, so he would block down. The front side guard pulls and gets takes an angle on that end. It's about a yard of width. And once again, we have encouraged this end to respond to that shoulder going down, which makes this pass protection relatively effective. We get on or left to block here. We get the backside guard pulling, and the fullback goes first, and then the backside guard comes out, and he's ready to kick out. We get a pull check by this tackle ready to block out in this direction. And the quarterback reverse pivots. He gets the passing grip. He puts it tight to his belly. He does not hand fake the fullback. He jab fakes the ball to the halfback going across, places the ball on his hip, and comes out looking for his primary receiver, which is the spread receiver. I mentioned earlier in this discussion that you have to all of your patterns at the moment of truth have to be flexible and adjustable to the coverage. And here he wants to run an out, and he finds that this cornerback is squatting in the short zone and really won't let him run an out. The spread receiver will convert his out cut to a weave, which is executed by running to the outside shoulder of the squatting cornerback and then weaving in behind him away from the free safety who would be coming over covering half. The fullback would hurry out to absorb the flat responsibility and get the cornerback's attention so that he would release from that weave pattern. And then, of course, the ball would be drilled in here. It would really be short-sighted of me not to remind you that anytime we're running a spread end waggle, that the quarterback is very much aware of the tight end running a crossing pattern. The tight end's pattern is a read pattern, and if he sees the backer run with the guard in the action as this man comes up to contain, then the tight end will hook up in here somewhere in the open spot. But if the backer flows with the action of the backs, then the tight end will proceed on across the formation and find an opening in here somewhere. If the quarterback doesn't like to throw the ball, if this doesn't look good to him, he can come back and read this middle backer to see that if he finds that this backer drops off and this one kind of hangs, we'd get the tight end to come on across, and the opening would occur in here somewhere. If he sees the backer go at that angle and this one at the middle backer at the other angle, then he would look into the middle and find the tight end. The wing back, after faking the buck sweep, would run on up deep in behind the pattern. I enjoy talking to you about our passing game, particularly because we've been accused of not having one. But in this day and age, you have to throw the ball, and it's every bit as important as running it. It's simply offensive football, and we like to throw the ball too. I'm Tubby Raymond, the head football coach at the University of Delaware. I'd like to show you how we teach the wing T. Our assistant offensive coaches, Ted Kempski, our offensive coordinator, Greg Perry, our line coach, and Brian Bassard will teach you how we install the wing T.
Our quarterback stance has the feet closer than you'd guess. Underneath the armpits, no wider than that because you can't reverse pivot from there. He flexes at the waist, comfortable flex at the knees, no more than that. Right hand extended, ball in his right hand, palm parallel to the ground, and he has that ball tipped just like a left-handed first baseman would handle a glove. All right, now bring the 5 men in here. The way we teach on the line, DeBow. The way we teach hand up, the quarterback takes the ball. He puts it in his right hand, just as we described here a minute ago. He then places the ball in the center's tail, nice and deep in there. Puts his left hand across. The center realizes exactly the position that his hand has on the ball. He takes it away, brings it back to that spot, The quarterback coaches him as to the depth, the angle, where it is, and finally they're ready to take some snaps. All right, here we go. All right, we'll snap it up here. The 5 men, incidentally, would like to keep their right arm stiff as they pop the ball up there. They don't bend at the elbow, and the thing is not swung but snapped into position. All right, here we go. All right, another couple times. Now, all technique is taught without a running back. So we'll call the play, and the quarterback will take the ball and jog through the technique. 121. $9.29. $24 gut. $26 gut. $83 cross block. $87 cross block. $51. $59.
What are you going to do now? 5 minutes. I am Ted Kempski, the offensive coordinator at the University of Delaware, and during this presentation, as far as the drills that our backs work on here at the University of Delaware, we never run a drill just for the sake of running a drill. We always try to incorporate some phase of our offense in each drill. And the first thing that we do with the running backs is to make sure that every day they have a period where they work on their shoulder skills or their blocking. The only block we use is a shoulder block, and we begin by breaking down, beginning in a 6-point stance with the toes, knees, and hands on the ground, and we then go into the blocking surface. It is the same blocking surface that Greg Perry teaches with the offensive linemen, and he's gone over that in detail, so I won't be redundant. But they do deliver a blow with their forearm in the front of the shoulder, and here we will be striking a blow first with the left shoulder, and then we begin by going with the right shoulder, then to the left shoulder, and we try to strike a real good blow with the forearm and the upper arm going into the shoulder. We work on this every day. And here you'll see several repetitions of this. Another philosophy we have is that the best teaching technique in coaching is to provide the player with repetitions, and we make sure we get as many repetitions with this shoulder block as we can. Once we get out of the 6-point stance, we get an arm's length from the dummy and go into a 2-point stance, and we step with the opposite foot, in this case stepping with the left foot and striking a blow with the right shoulder, and then following through with some foot movement. Then we'll go then to the left shoulder. The better blockers, the more experienced blockers, have better balance, better footwork. As you see these players drilling, some are freshmen, some are seniors. You'll see some very good examples of footwork, and then you'll see some younger players who are still trying to learn the skill. We take the approach that learning how to block is just the same as learning how to hit a baseball or how to hit a golf ball. You just have to do it repetitively and until you master the skill, and then once you master the skill, then you have to maintain that skill through practice. After we go arm's length from the bag, we move back 4 yards, run at the bag head on, strike a blow with the right shoulder, drive it back, then turn the entire body so it's facing to the right. Then we go with the left shoulder. You'll notice this dummy on the extreme right has a circle around it, and we use those dummies in all of our drills so that they have an aiming point which is right at the belt level of a defender. And once again, we just do this over and over and over until they can perfect the skill. And we've had examples of some very inadequate blockers, primarily players who were I-backs in high school who didn't have to block, come in here and eventually become very fine blockers. We also stress the fact that in able to be a good blocker, you have to have the proper attitude, you have to want to block, and we insist that all of our backs take this very seriously and go after it very aggressively. Then we go into the wing position and practice the shoulder block from the wing, and here you'll notice that the wings offset one side or the other. When they block here, they will get their head to the inside. So if the left wing back is blocking, he will use his left shoulder. If the right wing back is blocking, he will use his right shoulder. They get their head across, strike a blow, drive, and then we reverse pivot and whip the inside leg into the defender. It's important that you strike a blow with the shoulder first before you go into the reverse body block. The final phase of our blocking skills is a cut drill where we leave the dummy unattended and the back's offset about 1 yard to 2 yards one side or the other, then run at the bag, hit it low, knock the bottom of the bag up in the air, and then we try to get them to roll 2 or 3 times into the bag. The first blocker there got hung up on the bag and only got 1 rotation. Like I said, we try to get 2 or 3. You'll notice in the background the linemen are also going through their shoulder skills. We have a particular time in practice each day where we go through this, and it's a very important part of our offense. Now we're moving into what we call handoff drills. You'll notice we use spacing boards so that the running back can hit the proper point of attack. The quarterback and center are working on their exchange. And here we're working on 83, 87 cross block. And the same philosophy holds true here. We're working on getting as many repetitions as we can. So although you're only seeing the fullback drill here, while this is going on, simultaneously there are 2 halfback stations that are working on handoffs for the halfbacks, primarily 121, 134 counter, 81 Sally at 7, and all the primary running plays for the halfback. We do an awful lot of intense coaching with the quarterback in this period, making sure that when they get the ball, they bring it right tight into their belt, right at the belt line. You see how nice and tight the quarterback has the ball. We also work on quick hand movement as the ball is placed into the pocket of the fullback. Now this is a guard trap, 24-26 guard trap, where the fullback has a particular landmark depending on whether it's an odd defense or an even defense. And once again, we keep working on the hand movement, the ball movement of the quarterback as he hands off, then snaps his hands back to fake. This is 82 down, which is the wide belly play where the quarterback reverse pivots a little bit flatter and then fakes the option. The fullback's aiming point is the inside foot of the tight end. And once again, we have some very young kids in this drill, and then we have some experienced kids. You'll notice that once the fullback gets the ball, he makes a cut to get back onto a vertical, so he's running perpendicular to the goal line as quickly as possible. We use these drills in spring practice and during preseason. Once we get into the regular season, We don't spend as much time on the drills as we do full backfield, what we call backfield technique. And there's another good example of the fullback cutting upfield after he gets the handoff. We're now going into our full backfield drill, which we call our technique period. And here we're running 121. During this period, once again, we're working on the quarterback center exchange. The center is working on his blocking footwork, and we're working on our fakes and our blocks. So we repeat the technique that we worked on in our blocking drills, repeat our handoff drills, and then we add the addition of the additional player who is faking. And here you notice we work on getting as sharp a cut as possible from the halfback when he runs 121 or 929. Here's the sweep from motion. This is 129 going to the left, and 921 would be the mirror going to the right. Once again, even though we're coming back in motion, we want to run in angles. So you'll notice that the running back will still concentrate on making a sharp cut. The next thing we do with the buck sweep is add the term M, which gives us a false motion. And here you will see the right half lining up in the wing back position, and then he will come back in motion to his dive back position, plant his foot, go back to his original place, and block the same person he would have blocked if he were in the wing position. And once again, we continue working on that halfback's cut. And here's an example of M929. The next play we're running is 187 cross block. And here we want the halfback to step up and out with his outside foot, go through the hole and block the linebacker, and the fullback runs his cross block path and goes right off the tail of the halfback. Here's a good example of the relationship between the fullback and the halfback. It's approximately 1 yard. This play will give you a pretty good indication of what the halfback's footwork looks like. He steps up and out, then goes through the hole, and there's the fullback going right off his tail. And once again, during this period, not only are we working on the quarterback center exchange, but all of our faking and the timing of our motion as well. And the faking aspect of this drill is extremely important. This is 136 counter, where we bring the right halfback in motion and give him a handoff behind the fullback with a tackle trap. And we work versus even technique and odd technique. The fullback has a landmark, and once again, the spacing boards that you see there are extremely important to us. in running technique drills, it's our philosophy that we're very particular. We want to be sure that they're lined up exactly where they're supposed to be, and when they have a landmark, they run exactly right through the landmark every time. And we never let a play be run without having some kind of a comment, whether it's positive or negative, depends on how the execution appears to the coaches. Here we are running with Sally, 89 Sally at 3. We're faking the ball to the fullback and handing off to the left halfback, coming back delayed behind the fullback. Now here we're going to the right. This is 81 Sally at 7. Excuse me, this is still to the left. Now here is 81 Sally at 7 to the dive back. And here's 124 guard trap. We hand the ball off to the fullback, right on the midline versus odd, and he would aim for the left foot of the center versus even. And you notice that the left halfback is faking 121, and the quarterback is faking 121 waggle. And here's 26 guard trap, 126 guard trap with the wingback coming in motion. We incorporate a number of different aspects of our assignments during this period. Once again, we work on all of our blocking skills. Once again, the timing of our motion, our faking, and the precision in which we hit our landmarks. We are now setting up an option drill, and with the option drill we like to get a good wide pitch relationship, 7 yards by 3 yards, so we like to put the ball in the hash to give us some room. And here's 41 option. We try to get a pitch right up just above the numbers so it's easy for the halfback to catch the ball. And we like some velocity on the pitch. At the same time, we work with the quarterbacks having a little bit of touch. These are good examples of pitches. Those first pitches were run with 41 option technique. We're now executing 21 trap option. And you'll notice the quarterback reverse pivots 2 steps on the midline, then attacks the line of scrimmage, and he's striving to get to the same pitch point on all options. In other words, we have 21 trap option, 41 option, 81 option. The pitch point and the pitch relationship should be the same for all 3 plays. The timing of the quarterback on this play is critical because we're pulling the left guard to get in front of him. Now we're going to 81 option. And once again, the pitch relationship is the same, and the pitch area is the same for each of these plays, so the quarterback is practicing all these plays simultaneously.
I'm Greg Perry, offensive line coach, University of Delaware. Would like to bring to you some techniques and some drills that will help you develop this offense and help you develop the offensive linemen that play for you at home. Start off by giving you our skeleton practice plan, explain that, take a couple seconds to explain that, and then go through the different ways, different situations and techniques and drills and apparatus here that we'll use that we think is worthwhile in trying to train the things that we know our kids need to have to play in this system. So in keeping with the topic, all right, as far as practice organization for the offensive line, I wanted to show you this first. Basically, this would vary a little bit, but this would be the shell of what our itinerary on a practice day, a normal practice day usually looks like. In that at 3 o'clock would be our group meetings, and we have a 20-minute meeting. And then we'll have 10 minutes, and the kids will usually come to that meeting half-dressed, and then they'll go back to the locker room and finish getting all the way done and have 10 minutes to get out to the practice field. We'll have 10 minutes to warm up, and then we usually get 20 minutes within a group work setting, all right, and what we call group work would be myself with the offensive line. Doing the things that we need to do to get better as far as your shoulder skills are concerned. In that 20-minute period, it would be shoulder skill development, it would be assignments, there would be some pass protection technique in there, and then there would be some drill work. Not every day do I do all those things, but those would be the major categories that I would hit within my group works with the time that I'm allowed. Sometimes the reason why 4:05 would be in parentheses, sometimes on a Monday or a Thursday, we get a little bit more group work time when Tuesday and Wednesday are the heaviest work days of the week. I'm sure you'd be familiar to that type of a time adjustment. Pick up an extra 5 minutes for some assignment recognition, some stunt recognition, things of that nature within that group work period. So that group work is defined as myself, centers, guards, and tackles. And when the receivers coach needs to get rid of the tight ends, then I'll also have the tight ends in that package. The next part of practice for the next 10 minutes would be a change of pace, pick up the intensity. It should be some type of a live drill. It would either be one-on-ones if we're at the beginning phase of spring practice, the first couple of days. If we're in preseason, this would be the one-on-one situation. That then quickly after about 2 days becomes a combinations of guards and center against backer and 2 defensive tackles, 3-on-3 type things, 2-on-2. Or it can also be half line, center, guard, tackle, tight end, and a half of a defense over there. Just running their reaches, the things that the defense wants to see, and then also our combination schemes of down and cross block, and the things that we need to have the kids understand how their paths interconnect here and where the traffic is on all the specific plays in a live situation without it being scrimmage. All right? When I say scrimmage, I mean 11 on 11, but this would be as live as it could be. And then we'll recover the kids a little bit, and for a 20-minute period when the linebackers and receivers and the defensive backs and the quarterbacks and running backs are over there doing their 7-on-7, myself and the defensive line coach are getting together for internal line things. Most of the time it's one-on-one pass protection. It would be 2-on-2, picking up their exits, twists, and scissors, and then that would go into full line pass protection. And then sometimes the linebackers would come over us late, and then that would also be blitz pickup. All right? So that 20-minute period gives you a chance to always start off with the one-on-ones, coach some of the one-on-ones as far as technique is concerned, and have that thing just kind of fold right into a full-scale passing scrimmage without the receivers. The mixed group, the kicking game gives us a chance to recover a little bit again for another 10-minute period. That would be your obvious punting game, your punt rush, your PAT, your field goal protection, your PAT and field goal rush. Obviously that gets slowed down somewhat with the exception of it's slowed down in terms of intensity. It is not slowed down in terms of the number of repetitions you try to get. Things like we always have 2 PAT and field goal teams on each hash so that both kickers are getting all the repetitions and not having to share that. and both teams are getting coverage lanes and things of that nature. And then when we have enough of that, then we'll go back and go to one team at the PAT spot on the 3-yard line. But it's only after we've gotten the reps that we need through the first 8 minutes of that to make sure that, you know, all the kids are busy and getting things done. Your mixed group work period is I guess the best way to explain it, what it has become for us would basically be 2 different offenses running against full defenses or full defensive fronts. So that Ted and Brian, our receivers coach, will take the perimeter game. We'll send a full offense over there with them, and they'll have a skeleton perimeter defense. Right? They won't have an internal part of the defense. They won't have tackles or whatever. But they'll have ends, linebackers, and sometimes a support player like a strong safety or whatever, so that we can work our perimeter game. We can do our sweeps, our downs, you know, from the tight end box out. All of our option, all of our flank blocking with the option is all done over there in a 7.5-minute period. And then Tubby and myself have the internal, we have the other offense, and we're working internally, tight end to tight end. And at the 7.5-minute mark of that 15-minute period, we'll switch. Our initial group goes and gets the perimeter initial group comes over with us and gets the internal stuff. So again, high repetition, it is live. You know, so on your live days, it's a very crisp 15 minutes and you know, 3-4 plays. It's not your whole game plan. You're just working on the 3 or 4, the meat of the game plan for internal and perimeter type game. Divided teams is a 10-minute slow down walk-through kind of period. You know, we need to recover from the mixed group work, but then we'll pick out a specific defense, a specific problem. It is something that is what you want to coach. Something that you know from your films that your kids aren't getting, they're not picking up. All right, that's a 10-minute slowdown period to where we'll walk through things that we need to make sure that the coaching is getting through to the players. Whether it's stunts that we have to cover for that week, as I said, if we're putting in a new play and we need to time it up, things of that nature, it is basically a 10-minute period that can be used for a lot of things, but it is a slowdown period to give the kids a chance to recover between mixed group work and what would become full team scrimmage, because that's what teamwork is. On a live day, teamwork becomes, you know, you're scrimmaging 11 on 11 and, you know, just going with it. Whether you're going to isolate your 2-minute, you know, your short yardage, all of that stuff is intermixed. It's basically game plan practice within that teamwork period, all right? So that brings you up to speed as far as how the practice organization, the skeleton of the practice organization would go. And I want to show you 2 things here just to explain. There are 2 major configurations that I operate with the whole offensive line. One would be, the circles would be the dummies, the red arrows would be the players, and the H's are the holders, okay? And we usually work in a 15-yard square. We have sleeves, 2 different size pipes where the largest pipe is sunk in the ground and cut off flush with the ground. And the other next, we have not a sleeve, but we have a 4-foot pole that will fit inside that sleeve that goes in the ground, so you get these poles that will stick up out of the ground when you get them in there. And we take that elastic bungee cord, and on the end of those cords we put bicycle inner tubes and tie them onto the end of the cords, and then we can stretch those cords between the pipes that are coming up out of the ground, and that gives us the line that we need for height in order to drill the height of the block that we'd like to have. They're very safe. You know, it's not like a chute where the chute has to sit there stationary. We don't have legs of a chute that we have to worry about getting around. We can use all of our angles. We can pull underneath it. It's very practical for us with what we're doing offensively. And if a kid happens to be high, the elastic bungee cord will give, and he won't get rope burns across his chin or his neck or anything like that. It's a lot more sane, you know, than using the old clothesline that wouldn't give, because there would be times that if a kid came off a little bit high, get a pretty good burn out of or something, but so we want to avoid that as much as possible. So that would be the bag configuration. So when we start working over here with shoulder skills, this would be the type of configuration that we're usually working in. I can stand in the middle and see all of this and do a good job of coaching it. The other would be what I call a grid. In our work area, we have a 5-yard square. The whole field is marked off into 5-yard squares so that you have all these nice spaced out intersections to where you can just go tell the players, look, we're going to work on stance, go jump on an intersection. You know, get on the grid, go jump on an intersection. We're going to work on pulling, go to the grid, let's get on an intersection, things like that. So very quickly they jump on the intersection, they're spaced out the way you want them, and you can stand there and coach and see everything that's going on. So those would be the things. This is the grid. This would just be our bag configuration, and that they're very good coachable, very practical situations for coaching within this system. Now, the first thing we're going to do is demonstrate what part of the body we use to strike a blow on a defense or a defensive player, and we call that the surface. All right? And the surface for us would be, if I'm going to use my right shoulder, I'll take my right fist and I'll take my right hand and make a fist so that the palm of my hand fits flat against the right side of my chest. All right? I don't want the thumb in this manner. I want it like this so that there's a tighter fit, less space between myself and the defensive player. My elbow is straight out, the back of the arm parallel to the ground. I want the surface to be as wide as it can be, which means my surface should go from the point of my elbow through the front of my forearm, front of my shoulder. It's really a chest technique, all right? And I use my face to aim with, but I never strike a blow with my face, obviously. And face position is very important in that as I go to strike a blow, my face slides to the side and up so that I should be able to look into the eyes of the guy that I'm blocking. All right? Face up isn't looking straight ahead. Face up has to be directly over top of you, looking into the sun. All right? And then you would use the side of your cheek and the front of your shoulder to squeeze the man that you're blocking. And this allows you or puts you in a position where you'll be able to sustain a block a lot longer than if you do not have the face position and if you are not squeezing.
And now we'll set some players up here in a drill mode and demonstrate for you what this should look like. Okay, we'll get the kids to move into their techniques, and as they set up on the dummies, you're looking for that face-up position, you're looking for the fist on the chest, you're looking for the straight elbow, the elbow parallel to the back of the ground, and again, you want the side of the head squeezing that dummy. You want the tail to be slightly hyperextended. Try to get in a position where the hips are between shoulders and knees. This is a balanced position, and this will put the body in a position where the large muscle groups of the body can do most of the work, and that's what you're looking for. Now, as they move into this, that's the first thing that we would do. You would do both shoulders, right shoulder and left shoulder. Again, now as you see the kids set up again, you're setting up on the opposite shoulder. You need that head tight. You need the elbow straight out. In checking both sides out, you need to make sure that both sides are consistent so that a right-handed player can do the left-handed shoulder skill just as well. Okay, once we have physically gone through moving into the technique, we will get our players to strike a blow and to hold the technique. This particular drill will give us a chance to add some intensity to the drill and not allow the players to have all the time that they need to think about all the good techniques, thus the beginning of you forming this surface being a habit to where they've got to get the elbow straight out, the fist on the chest, the face up, squeezing with the side of the head and the shoulder and the hip set automatically without having a chance to think about it. This particular technique gives you, or this particular type of drill work gives you a chance to have them strike the blow and then freeze the action, and then you can check their body alignment and all the proper techniques out, all the coaching points out, to make sure they're doing things the way you'd like to have them done. Okay, the next thing that we'd like to do is create a 3-shot explosion so that our players can get a rhythm. We will have them, the coach will send them 3 times through their shoulder skill, giving them enough time to recoil and set up properly, but at the same time not going so fast that they cannot do the action properly. Once we've established the beginning of the shoulder skill, we'd like to talk about stance. We have 2 different stances, one for a center and one for guards and tackles. The stance should be a position that is very comfortable and should be very efficient for the type of offense that we run. We need to be able to pull, go straight ahead, step and cup in our pass protection, block down, double team, do all the different types of shoulder skills that we'd like to have. A guard and tackle technique should be, or a guard and tackle stance should be such that the feet are parallel. They're about 18 inches apart. It really is a false 3-point stance in that you want all your weight on the balls of your feet. You want your feet as flat as they can be for the flexibility of your player, and your hand just barely touches the ground, bearing no weight. The back should be straight, and the head should be looking straight forward. Now our center, which you have number 68 demonstrating here, will have a square stance. His weight will be equal between both feet. His feet are as flat as they can be. He has a similar upper body position in that he's bent at the waist. His back is flat to the ground. His face is up. We use both hands to snap the ball, and we raise the ball into the quarterback's hands. And you must work very hard with your center in after snapping the ball, dropping the hips back down as he's taking his first initial steps so that his body is in a striking position. Now, once we've got the stance in, we want to talk about the initial striking of a blow from a stance. And we are as far off the ball as legally possible with our offense in normal situations. So we like to take a short prep step to get closer to the man that we're striking a blow to. That's what you see the players doing here. They're taking a short prep step. On the second step, we will step and strike a blow with the same side of the body. This brings our center of gravity to contact. And then we would sprint our feet in short 4-inch steps to try to finish or maintain the momentum that the delivery of the blow has created. You'll notice that we want to create as big a forearm swing as possible so that our players will play bigger than they are and use physics and leverage in their favor. Now, to finish it, in terms of just doing a right shoulder skill, we just align the players up, snap the ball, and send them through a right shoulder skill. The next thing that we'd like to do is put the players in the proper body position that they should have as they are blocking the defensive player. And the way I get our players into this is to have the defensive player, or the man that's going to basically hold them up, stand in front of them. If we're using our right shoulder, we'll put our right foot forward, and we will put our right arm between the helmet and the shoulder pad, the right side of the offensive man's body, so that he can basically support the blocker's body weight by having the blocker put his chest right down on the top of that man's thigh pad. We will reach through underneath his chest and into the far armpit so that we can have, or the defensive player can hold all of the offensive player's body weight, so that all the offensive player has to do is worry about driving the man that he's trying to block. The important coaching points would be that the face again is up and you are squeezing with the side of your face and the front of your shoulder. And to finish the block, we would like the offensive player to take the short, quick 4-inch steps to try to create or keep the momentum going that the forearm delivery has created. Here's our setup. The coach will give an indication for the offensive player to begin to move his feet. Just set, go. The man holding the offensive player up will give as much resistance as he can without trying to stop him cold. But you can see the body alignment is satisfactory. You've got hips between ankles and shoulders. And then we'll start to strike the blow and move the feet to try to create the movement that we need. The next step in developing a shoulder skill is trying to create a live situation without it being actually a live situation. We like to take these shields, they're 4 inches thick, they're 30 inches long, and we like to hold them in such a way that we can create natural resistance by the man holding the shield. And as you see the demonstration here by the two players, what we do is if we are using our right shoulder, the man holding the shield will put his right foot forward and he will put his left hand through both handles of the shield. He will reach across his body and cover his right shoulder with the shield and squat his hips and his knees so that he's in a squatted position and a braced position so that he can be a live blocking dummy under these circumstances. Then we will put the offensive lineman over top of the shield holder. And we should come off the ball on a cadence and strike the blow into the shield just as if they were stand-up dummies or a defensive player in a live situation. Coaching points with this drill would be to take a short prep step. The second step would be striking the blow and stepping with the same side of the body. Your belt buckle is your landmark as far as the height of your block. You want to strike a blow through the belt buckle, and your face should be up and squeezing between side of face and shoulder. You want to finish the block with the short, quick 4-inch steps on your feet so that you can continue the momentum that you created with the strong forearm delivery. One of the best ways to one of the best ways to get an offensive lineman to feel hip extension, all right, and short, fast, quick foot drive is the use of harnesses, shoulder harnesses that you see here. These are harnesses that most sprint coaches use to create a good start on their sprinters. And in seeing our coaches use those, obviously it's not hard with a little bit of imagination to understand that we are in the same position in the offensive line where takeoff is very important, staying low on takeoff is very important, that we could make good use of these harnesses. We use them in the same drills that we have with the shield so that we have a target and a place to strike a blow. We'll have resistance from the man holding the shield, but we'll get a lot of resistance, a lot of proper resistance from the man holding the straps on the harness. You want to make sure as you're striking a blow with the harnesses, right, that you hold the harnesses low so that the offensive player can set the hips and all the drag comes through his feet so that he can get the proper body angle. If the harness holder holds the straps too high, the offensive lineman will not be able to extend his hips and get into the block. But you can see the demonstration here on the side view by number 51. He needs to bring his right foot faster so that he's stepping and striking a blow at the same time. Here he hits first and then steps. That will take some power away from his stroke. But he has pretty good height of block. He's into the belt buckle of the man holding the bag, and he does get the shorter, quicker steps trying to finish the block. As you see the view coming from the man behind, you can see the nice short steps, and his footwork is better coordinated so that he's striking a blow as he's stepping. He has the nice short fast feet, and the final step in the drill is for the defensive players holding the straps to let them go so that the offensive lineman can feel a surge of less resistance and the acceleration of finishing a block, extending your hands as you feel that state of less resistance and being able to really snowball the effect going out of there. We'll move on from the individual shoulder technique to developing specific paths for specific plays in the offense. What you're seeing here is what we call the sweep drill. We would like to set this drill up so that we can get a higher number of repetitions with our guards in developing the pass that they use for the buck sweep, which is famous to our wing T offense. What you have here in the setup is that you've got the spacing sticks, all right, which give us the spacing of a full offensive line. We set one cone up on the end of the line of scrimmage. That denotes or equal to the wingback's tail. We have a cone that is 2.5 yards deep and adjacent to the inside foot of the tackle's original position. This is a depth landmark for the front side guard. Here, number 59 is holding a bag that equals the first player to support the flank or the perimeter, and that will be the man that the guard will kick out. And 61 will be holding an inside linebacker, which is placed in a position equaling where he would scrape normally to be in the running lane, and the backside guard then will be able to wall off and go through him. As you see the front side guard setting up, he wants to pull 45-degree angle away from the line of scrimmage, get his depth, and once he reaches his depth, he wants to get downhill, shoulder square to the line of scrimmage as much as possible so his peripheral vision back to the inside is very good and can see scraping people so that he can block the first thing outside the wingback's tail. Once he gets to that landmark, he will then have clear inside-out position on the defensive player supporting the flank. And the defensive player will have only one path that he can take to try to make a play, and that would be to come right back through the front side offensive guard on our sweep play. But the important coaching point here is to make sure you get to the wingback's tail and have a clear inside-out angle on 59 so that 59 cannot try to dance around and have one or two paths to get to the running back. You only want to give him one choice, and that choice is that he has to come right back through the front side guard in order to make the tackle on that running back. And here you see him turning and finishing, and there's clearly very good inside-out position there, and 59 would be kicked out. Okay, our backside guard now will take an open step pull. We'll get to 2 yards deep, and he will wall off around the wingback's tail, and he will take the first defensive player that is in the hole back to the inside. So that he walls up through the chute. He is looking for that second level and looks for the linebacker to take. There's a very important relationship between front and backside guard that you want to make sure that this drill teaches, and that is that the backside guard can see the front side guard cannot see the backside guard. So the backside guard must control his speed so that the front side guard gets to the wingback's tail first, and the backside guard should be just inside and just behind the front side guard, so that as they go ahead and finish, the front side guard turns out and the backside guard goes through to the inside, and you get this nice lane, running lane created for the running back who makes that good 90-degree cut coming up through the line of scrimmage. Now we'll go back and we'll run a couple of these full speed. And you can see the meshing of the guards, and the landmarks are very good at getting them where they should be at. Now the next thing we want to develop is we want to develop an idea in our offensive guards that they are going to areas and they are not blocking specific people. So we get rid of the dummies and we put live players with shields in the blocking positions, so that the coaches can control where these guys go and give the offensive players confidence that their landmarks will take them to the right people. The first demonstration, we will show 59 coming back up to support and become the kick-out player that he was when he was holding the dummy, and 61 walling and scraping so that the backside guard can wall him off. So you get the same picture that we set up with the dummies. Now we will change the support player so that the front side guard gets a feeling for how tight he needs to be to the wingback's tail. And now you can see that he basically is going through the same path, he is blocking at the same location, but he is blocking a different defensive player. So it's very important to impress upon your offensive guards that they are going to areas and blocking the first thing that they see in the area in order to handle in order to create the proper running lanes that the play asks for. All right, we'll move away from the sweep drill and move into the waggle drill. This again now will directly train guards waggle pass. The waggle is a beautiful misdirection bootleg where the quarterback has a run pass option off of a sweep fake. It's one of the famous plays in our offense, and it feeds off of the buck sweep action. But this waggle drill is how we would train guard paths, or guards to know the proper paths for our waggle. We'll start off with the front side guard, which would be the right guard, in this case number 54. He is to pull on an open pull, crossover, and with speed run to a point that is 2 yards deep and one full man outside the second man from the ball. And once he gets to that position, that is called the hook position, and he will pivot at that depth. This is very important, that he does not pivot and curl up into the line of scrimmage, because he would give away some of his reaction time if he does not pivot properly with that 2 yards depth. Once he has pivoted in the proper hook area, now he will aggressively come back and block the man that we are trying to hook and get outside of. Again, this is the hook area here, and it's important that you establish that position before you move towards an aggressive block with the man on the perimeter. You adjust your aggressive block. You would not allow a man to penetrate across your face once you get here. And if a man is trying to scrape outside across your face, then you would get your head up the field, strike the blow, and prevent that from happening. Here, this is a demonstration of poor technique where the frontside guard now has moved too close to the line of scrimmage. He is beyond the hook position, and now the defensive end that we're trying to hook could beat him penetration-wise into the backfield and make a play on the quarterback before we'd have a chance to block him. As you can see here, maintaining your depth allows the offensive guard to stop any penetration move that the defensive player on the perimeter would try to make to try to get to the quarterback, and the quarterback then would in turn be successful in getting outside of the frontside guard and having a true run pass option. Now, important point to note is that you have this hook position, but in reality any hook is just trying to get outside position on the second man from the football. So if that defensive player tries to make a hard inside move before you've gotten to what you know is a traditional hook position, then he's giving you the position you're trying to work for to begin with, and all you need to do is cut off your path as soon as you have outside in position on that man and go ahead and effectively block him inside. Now, the backside guard has a lot of traffic and a lot of landmarks and technique problems. He first has to take one flat open step so that he does not get any depth to run over the quarterback. We're talking about number 51 right now. He must then cross over and gain depth at the same time he's looking for the fullback coming forward and go behind the fullback without stopping and waiting for him. He then gets to a point that is 3 yards deep, all right, which is what this cone is set at. He should run in front of the cone as he did. And now his job is to stop any minor penetration that would cross his face. If that doesn't happen, the second option is to kick out any man containing the quarterback at the flank, which is what we have this drill set up for here. If there is no man containing at the flank, then he is to carry his speed to the line of scrimmage and wait at the line of scrimmage until the quarterback yells go. A very important coaching point of the backside guard is to make sure that once you see a man containing the perimeter, it is important for us to know that we have to get inside this man to kick him out. So once we get 3 yards deep, we're going to be deeper than the perimeter player. We need to work back up to the inside to take the inside away and create a trapping concept at the perimeter and work up inside with our right shoulder and swing our body in a proper manner to kick this man out. So the quarterback then would have a lane between the front side and the backside guard that he could run through. And here you see number 51 getting the proper inside position so that 68, if he wanted to make a play on a quarterback running between the guards, would have to come right back through him in order to make that play. In this position here that we've just got 51 to get into, this is an improper position in that he is not taking the inside away from 68. He is running right at the middle of him, and now the perimeter player, who is number 68, does not have, he has the opportunity to either fall back inside or outside depending on where the ball carrier tries to go. So as you can see, 51, we are walking him through, training him to make sure that he gets up inside of any perimeter player so that we clearly have a kick-out situation. Now we'll go ahead and run a 29 waggle, which is waggle to the right, full speed. And there you see two pretty good paths by the guards, and they're accomplishing what we're wanting to do. They're getting that nice alley developed so the quarterback can run through the line of scrimmage and have a run-pass option. Now, as we did with the sweep, we would like to put live players with shields at the landmarks in terms of perimeter and support, coverage people, so that we start to train the guards how to read on the run, get faith in the paths always being the same. Maybe the players that they're blocking aren't always the same, but if they do the proper techniques and they have the same path all the time, they'll be in a position where they'll be successful and the play will have a chance to be successful. This will be a situation where the first thing we'll do is we'll set up number 72 to be a contained player so that we easily get him hooked, and we'll set up 68 to be a perimeter contained player so that we will be able to work up inside and kick him out so that we create the lane that we're talking about for the wag. You can see how important it is for the backside guard to mesh with the frontside guard so their paths facilitate the play and they do not impede each other in getting to the proper spots. Now we'll set up the drill so that we get the opposite player containing and a player dropping off into coverage, and this puts the guards in a position where the frontside guard should never kick out. The defensive perimeter player is stunning so fast that we could not possibly get him hooked. So the frontside guard never kicks out. He will give up his attempt to hook that area and will turn back in and come right back and help the tackle hook the next player to the inside. The backside guard very easily can see what the frontside guard is doing, and as soon as he gives up his initial hook, then the backside guard will work inside the first thing outside the frontside guard so that he can get in a kick-out position, and we still have created a lane for the quarterback to break contain with and have a true run-pass option. Now there is a gray area for the front side guard. There are times where the man that we want to hook does not take off on the snap of the ball in a predetermined stunt. He reads the tight end blocking down, or he reads the waggle action coming, and he is late trying to get to a contained position. If our front side guard gets to him and is in a position where he's close enough to touch him, we will go ahead and cut that defensive player. We'll leave our feet if we are sure that he is going to leave his feet with our shoulder block. And on those circumstances, we will cut and train the front side guard to cut so that we can get that player down and get the backside guard around and have a much more effective play than if we could not cut him under those circumstances and just tried to kick him out. Now, in this live situations, what we try to do is, in practice situations, not cutting to save the knees of the defensive player and just yelling cut so that the offensive player verbally tells me that he knows what he's supposed to do under those circumstances. Here we've set the drill up so that the backside guard has to mesh with the path of the fullback. We're just putting an offensive lineman in the fullback position, and at the snap of the ball have him run through so the backside guard gets used to pulling and continuing to move, crossing over, moving away from the line of scrimmage to get behind the fullback and not sit and wait for him, because if he stayed and waited, then he would be way too slow and the quarterback would get out in front of the backside guard and pressure could kill the play. The next thing we'd like to do is set up a drill where we're teaching the offensive lineman how to gut properly. What we call gut, it's an exchanging of assignments between, in this situation, the center and the guard, where we can have the center block to his right to take advantage of the angle that the defensive front is giving us, and we will pull the right guard behind the center and up through the line of scrimmage to block the linebacker. We call it a gut technique, and basically, again, what we're doing is taking advantage of the angles of the alignment and just exchanging assignments between center and guard. The techniques that are important here would be for the center to always take a weight change step with his right foot. He's not trying to take a big step, so that his hip is open. When he steps with his left foot now, his right hip is open and he can adjust to movement by number 70. So if that 70 tried to blast through the line of scrimmage, he could adjust by stepping with his foot more into the backfield. And if 70 tried to cross his face, he could adjust by stepping more straight up the field and stepping through 70's crotch as he tries to ride over top of the face of the center, blocking back. The important steps and techniques of the right guard, as you see here, would be to open step and drop his right shoulder so that he is as tight to the center's block right as possible. There wants to be no space between the center's tail and the right guard's right shoulder as he turns vertically up the field. If there is any space, it is to the advantage of the linebacker to be able to slide between the guard and the center as the guard guts around. So it's very important for the guard to stay tight to the tail of the center and be going vertically up the field as he comes through the line of scrimmage to handle any linebacker playing to the line of scrimmage or stunning forward in a predetermined stunt. And obviously we're set up so that we can run the mirror and get a maximum number of repetitions for everybody in a short period of time. All right, the next technique that we'd like to go through with would be what we call an escape to backer technique. It's a very important technique. It's one of efficiency and positioning. What we're trying to do is get the right guard up on the middle linebacker and have our center efficiently either double team with the other guard or take advantage of the angles that the defensive alignment gives us. So under these circumstances, we'll have the center block left. We'd like the right guard to take a reach step with his left foot, so he should open up with his left foot, point his toe to the sideline. At the same time, he should stay nice and low, and he wants to rip his right hand and right shoulder through and beyond to the inside of the defensive lineman, number 70 here. He crosses over with the right foot and up the field, and now he comes out of the technique, starting to square up and be one full man to the inside and square with the linebacker. So if the linebacker's firing to the line of scrimmage, he will be in a position where the linebacker would have to run through him. And you want to get over as close to the tail of the center, double teaming or blocking left as possible. Again, trying to eliminate daylight in the blocking scheme. Now here you're finishing the trapping scheme by having the left guard come through with his trap. Now he will use a crossover technique, which means he will weight change with his right foot and cross over with his left foot. He should now try to make a move as far up to the inside as he can to take the inside away from the defensive player and be in a position where he is purely blocking parallel to the line of scrimmage and kicking a defensive player straight out. And when you do trap to the right, you use your right shoulder. Want to show you here some very poor positioning. Here would be a situation where the right guard has not taken the inside away from the defensive lineman, number 70. And as you can see, if this were a play where the running back was going to run through to the inside, 70 could fall off to the inside and make the play. Or if the running back slipped outside, he could fall outside. So the offensive lineman has not played this smart. He has not put himself in a position where he knows where the defensive lineman is going to be. By getting clearly up inside with the technique, he has placed himself in a position, all right, where now number 70 only has one option, and that is to try to go through the middle of the man executing the trap. And now we'll bring the players back and we'll go through a full guard trap to the right here, just what it looks like. So it's a combination of coordinating center, right guard escaping to backer, left guard pulling and trapping. And we'll run the mirror of that, or this would be guard trap to the left. Now, when we have a defensive lineman that we are trapping towards playing the inside shoulder of an offensive lineman that normally would try to escape to backer, we obviously can't send him in there because we would just clog the hole and bring the defensive lineman down to the inside. So what we will do is use an influence technique. We will pull away with the right guard here to try to pull number 70 outside with the influence of the pull by the guard. And this will set up the trap. A lot of times this helps. Pull that man across. It's a different look to the defensive tackle, and we can finesse him into coming up the field. The other type of influence that we like to use, depending on what backfield action the play calls for, is a pass protection influence, and we like to play it very stiff at the line of scrimmage, very aggressive at the line of scrimmage, so that we do not allow the defensive lineman a chance to see us drop fast and look inside for some type of influence like he's trained. If we step right up strong and get our hands into the defensive lineman immediately, normally that gets him in a pass rush mode. He starts to play higher. He does not look inside for the trap, and you get some very physical contact in that defensive tackle with this type of a technique. It's important that you tell the man trapping that, yes, you do have one offensive player in contact with the defensive player that you're trying to block initially, so obviously we must make contact above the waist when we do try to trap, and we use this type of an influence technique. Again, this is just explaining that if you drop too fast and too deep with your pass protection influence, most good defensive tackles have been taught to read that as an influence. It's a fake. Look inside and go attack the trapper now. That's why we play it very stiff at the line of scrimmage.
My name is Brian Boussard. I'm the receivers and tight ends coach here. What you're going to see on this tape are some drills that we use here every day to enhance our receivers and tight ends' ability to catch the football and run patterns. It's very important to be able to do those things in this day of football, and hopefully these drills can help you out. What I'm doing right now is every time before practice, I will start with just stance and start. I really work on those guys having excellent technique and excellent stance, no false step. We have our inside foot back. That allows us to have a better crack angle. So what we're just doing right now is going to full speed, stance and start from the sideline to the hash mark. This next drill we have is called a stutter and go. I have them sprint to 10 yards and gather themselves under control, and then they accelerate 10 more yards. The reason why we do this is just that this is how we work on creating, going from a full speed sprint to a controlled body position and stalk blocking. We also use this on our out and ups, okay, and whenever we want to freeze a defensive back in a pass pattern. This next drill is what I call a weave run. What we do here is we try and still gain ground and weave around a defender, be it a defensive back or a linebacker, without losing any speed getting up the field. So we call this drill a weave run. What we try to do is on every third step, we just kind of change directions real quick. We don't want to have any gather in our steps. We want to make it as smooth as possible. This next drill is what I call 5 by 10. We're trying to get 5 steps in a 10-yard block. What this teaches those the receivers to do is explode off the line of scrimmage so they can cover some ground. This is a 5 by 10 also coming back, as I said. 5 steps and 10 yards. The next drill is a 3 by 5. We're trying to get 3 steps in 5 yards. And also it's working on exploding off the ball, no false steps, to be locked in, because we're always trying to threaten the defensive back in every situation. Again, 3 by 5, exploding off the ball. Okay. Whenever we have a situation where we can, I work with those guys on releases versus a defender, whether it's a tight end in a 3-point stance or a wide receiver off the ball getting jammed. In this drill, we're working on our rip techniques. I do not allow the tight ends to do any other move off the line of scrimmage besides rip. To us, a rip is a power move. Okay, and we always wind up, working at power moves so we can explode off the ball. I always constantly work with the wide receivers on making different moves and different drills and different techniques to get around a defensive back trying to jam you. And it comes with work. It comes with practice. We do a lot of work on accidentally, just trying to get the defensive back to give us a body lean where now I can take advantage of him so I can get up the field into my pass pattern. The one good thing with the pop-up bag, it allows us to get a lot of reps quickly. What I try to do now is work on a ball drill. I try and work on making the receivers make the tough catches. This is just going straight across. I'm going to try and throw the ball from their helmet up so they have to fully extend, stay in stride, and make the catch. Try and keep two hands on the ball at all times. Coming back, I'm trying to throw the ball behind their back shoulder so they get used to having the ball thrown a little bit behind them where they have to adjust their body, maintain concentration on the pass, make the catch, and continue upfield. Now I'm going to try and work on low balls. I'm trying to throw the ball from the waist down where they have to bend at the waist, not dive, make the catch, and continue upfield. As most of my ball drills, when I get the receivers and the tight ends, I want to work on the tough catch. I expect them to make the easy catch, but I want to work the tough catch as much as possible. Now again, I'm just going to go with the high ball again, bringing them back, and I change it up. I go high ball, I go low ball, I go behind the back shoulder. Just to get them used to making a tough catch in practice, so when it happens to them in a game situation, they've worked on that enough. Now, what I got them doing now is a over-the-shoulder catch. We'll have them jogging in place. This drill allows them to work on their footwork. I'll have them look over their left shoulder and try and throw the ball over their right shoulder. So they have to adjust to the flight of the ball in the air. This is a great drill on footwork. I try not to have them hop. I want them to spin under control with good foot action when they make the catch. Also, this drill makes them use their hands. They can't catch the ball with their body. That's a bad example of a hop right there. That's good footwork right there. Nice and under control. That's a hop also. We don't want them to hop. Nice and control, nice and smooth footwork and body action. That's a great example of it right there. Okay, now I'm going to have them jog in place. And I'm going to try and throw the ball over their shoulder. Gives them good work of trying to get a burst to catch up to a ball that might be slightly overthrown, picking up the ball, keeping it over on the outside shoulder, making that tough catch down the field. The one good thing about this drill is that when I have them jogging in place at first, like I said, it makes them accelerate. It makes them pick up the velocity of the ball and the peak of the ball So they have to be able to explode to the catch point, concentrate on the catch, and make that catch. Okay, now on this drill, what I do is I have him work up the field for 2 steps, plant, come back towards me, just like it's going to be a curl cut for the wide receiver, a choice route from a tight end. And what I work on this now is that as they make their plant and come back towards me, right down that stem, I'm trying to throw high balls at first, okay? So they got to get used to coming back down, planting, catch the ball above their helmet, and get upfield. Okay. Now what we try to do is not have them turn before the cut, where like a lot of them want to do. You want to get to the plant point, turn around, make the catch cleanly, and get upfield. Okay. Now I'm doing the same drill, but now I'm throwing the ball from the waist down, getting them used to the pass being below the waist on those cuts, so they get their pinkies underneath so they can make the catch and get upfield also. And as I said, it's just like all my ball drills, I try and make it a tough ball drill, so in a game situation, if the quarterback is a little bit off, they've seen those passes, they know how to react to those passes, and they're trying to catch those balls. Okay, what this drill is here is a concentration drill. And what I do is I have these guys 12 yards apart, and I stick the lines on different planes. The line that is the distraction line, which is on my left-hand side, they will be in front. The line that is the pass catching line is behind. And what I want them to get used to is catching the ball through hands and through traffic. A lot of times, you know, especially when you're running a lot of those end cuts and things, you can get someone to flash right in front of you, so you got to keep your concentration. So I try and work this drill in as much as possible just to get great concentration on the football, you know. And we try and work it both ways, whereas now the player from the right-hand side is the distractor, and the player on the left-hand side is the pass catcher. Hopefully what you see on this tape will help you out at your school. We do a lot of those drills, as I said, help our receivers and tight ends to become better football players. And in this day and age of football, where teams have to throw the ball, you need these drills and you need these techniques to enable to make them the best possible football player. Thank you.